Hello, hello, friendos. Joel to the damn rescue. It's been having such a crappy day. Well, I'm sorry to hear that, Aquario. How are you? Chrisella, Judith? Judith was the first. Jake Paul for the dub. Let's go. Let's go, Jake. Wait, did Jake Paul have a boxing fight? Did I watch Spider-Man No Way Home? I have not seen it, no. I like the previous two. They were fun. Just some... I think the cool thing about the Spider-Man movies is just it's one of those like all-around fun type of Hollywood flicks, you know what I mean? For me, if I'm going to watch I've said this before, but if I'm going to watch a superhero movie, I need it to have, like, pretty much be a comedy that takes place in a superhero world, you know what I mean? And I think Spider-Man really accomplishes that. Letty Ramos with the first dono of the night with $3 says, thanks for reading. Happy holidays. Thank you, Letty. Hope I'm saying your name right. Let me know if I'm not. I always say it every time, but I'm like, is it Letty? Is it Letty? I don't know. The song a banger tonight. Dang straight. Damn Skippy. Someone tweeted at me, let's read. What time are you gonna podcast today? Wonder if they meant live stream, or maybe the live stream is perceived as a podcast, which I guess it kind of could be, but a bit of an odd one. Anyways, good to see you guys. Thanks for being here. Hey, Carrie, what's poppin'? Tree Flesh? So glad you're live right now. Really need it. How horrible things have been. Thank you for your content. Much love. You're welcome. I'm sorry things have not been going well for you. I hope they can get better. Welcome to the Strimstram. I am spoiling. You guys are gonna be spoilt. Are you late? No, you're just in time. We're just BSing for the first 16 minutes or so. Well, 20 minutes total, but just let people roll in. Click that like button if you could. Be so kind. It always helps. And share out the stream. That would be oh so neat of you to do. Make sure you got liquids. I got them. I got my tea. I got my Wawa. I got my lip lube. I mean, really, we're just engineered creatures over long periods of time, and out of all that time, we still need a source of lubrication for everything to operate effectively. Are my flowers doing good? Oh, they're great. They're doing amazing. They're sitting on the mantle, collecting sun, drinking up water. Please congratulate the graduate. Well, congratulations, graduate, wherever you are in this world. I guess a lot of people, it's finals for a lot of people, and some people graduating in the winter. You graduate with an honors English BA minor in cinema studies. Interesting. Are you going to work in film and that kind of thing, or writing, or write for films, or write for shows, or you can write true crime documentaries for my channel. You are ready to hear stories? I'm ready to read them. We got 6 true crime, scary Christmas crime, scary true scary crime Christmases tonight. It's gonna be sick. Hello from Canada. Hello. How's life in Canada for you? Hello from England. Old England. England scores some fucking goals. Do I mind if I ask where the ambient music from your 21 stories for your anxiety video is from? It was so relaxing. Oh, well, that's actually from the guy who does my remastering, Simon DB. He actually did the music in the background that you're hearing right now. And, you know, I don't think he has that ambient. He made it specifically for the remastering stuff that he kind of pulls from a series of tracks that he uses for that. And, so you wouldn't be able to, I don't even know if he has a name for the track, but I might be able to ask him to like send me all of those dark ambient things individually. That would be kind of dope, to be honest. Life is freezing in Canada. Damn, ain't it always? Ain't it always cold in Canada? What's up from Maine? This is honestly the best. I needed this. I've been stuck in isolation for 2 weeks now, and I'm still sick. Still sick. Interesting. Well, I think 10 to 14 days is the isolation period for being contagious or whatever. At least that's what I've been hearing since the beginning, and really most respiratory viruses. But so maybe you're free to go outside. You're free to walk about Earth as we blast through space. Isn't it weird that Earth is just like blasting through the vacuum of space at a ridiculous... How fast is it? Like 50 trillion billion zillion miles per hour? Kilometers per smiggle s'mores. Where are your Hoosiers at? Not here, not here. Love to go to Canada at some point, just gotta get a passport. Yeah, which part of Canada do you want to go to? Niagara Falls? I feel like it's a wide open territory out there. Demi Windsor with a 5 Canadian, speaking of Canada. Thanks for being the function to my dysfunctional life. Look forward to your live readings. You're phenomenal. Thanks for all your hard work. From Canada. Heck yeah. We got the nicest Canadians here, folks.
Hey, listen.
Oh wait. That's weird. The hey listen, I don't know if you guys heard that. But the hey listen I think actually played through my speakers, even though it should be coming through my headphones. That's so weird. It's like so unpredictable sometimes. Does a mean Canadian even exist? I think so. They're just in charge, is the situation. If you even have a mean bone in your body, you get to be in charge of everybody of Canada. Oh man, it's getting hot in here. Gotta turn off the heat. You were going pretty fast for a little marble of ours around that fireball, but for some reason our main concern is ED pills. What? It is weird though. It's like we're going so fast, but for some reason, because like Earth is a vacuum, and because of the sort of theoretical concept of gravity and all that kind of stuff, like, I don't know. We don't feel it. Oh, there it is again. Yeah, I think it's coming out through my speakers. It's so odd. Miss Molly with the 5 says, Joel, my love, I'm here. Hope you're having a good night. Thank you for going live tonight. My seasonal depression is kicking my ass tonight. Miss Molly, I'm sorry to hear that. I definitely felt that very strongly, and I don't know if you've got a good sleep schedule, but one thing that has made me almost kick that habit, that feeling of just seasonal depression with the darkness and all that kind of stuff, has been just like waking up, you know, at the ass crack of dawn. And I know that sounds hard, but like as long as you fall asleep at a decent time or get the, you know, can make that switch, I don't know, life is just, it's just better, you know what I mean? It just feels normal. I feel happier doing it. So if possible, if you can get to a normal sleepy schedule, I would highly, highly suggest it. Dude, this playlist is, I don't know which one's better, this synthwave playlist or like the chill hop one. Oh, that's funny. Kid Reborn and Ava literally said the exact thing at the exact same time. That's kind of hilarious. At first I was like, are you guys like both bots or something like that? But no, you just waking up in the ass crack of dawn. My hooker I rented last night. Not quite. But I like that joke. That's like a great dad joke. Well, that's more of an uncle joke, I guess. I feel like there's like degree of jokes. Like the corny ones are like the dad ones, and like the more raunchy jokes that are punny are more uncly. Link Simp with the 5 says, you make work easier for me. You're my favorite narrator. Thank you. You're welcome, Link.
Hey, listen.
Hey, listen. Which is perfect, being that you're Linky. Sebastian, what's poppin'? And Spizia, my friend is helping me to work on polishing my resume and applying more places this week. I actually have 2 interviews for software engineer under contract for CVS and Best Buy. Oh, that'd be interesting. I wonder what they need assistance with. You attended a seminar on this question. What was the question? I forget. David De La Rosa with the 5 says, hey Joel, how are you doing? Thank you for making my week. Thank you, David. You've been oh so generous every stream. I always appreciate it. Yeah, that's so odd. I think we got, yeah, wait. Alright, yeah, that, I mean, switched it back to my headphone system, but for some reason, I don't know, my system gets confused sometimes where it shoots audio through my speakers as opposed to the headphones. No worries either way. But another 7 minutes, letting people roll in, greet your neighbor, go around and give everybody a warm smooch. I don't think I'm a bot. No, it was just like such weird timing because both you and I think Kid, you know, at the same time, like said, like you had the musical notes that said the exact same like lyrics, but, and I was like, that's strange. But then I see that they were spelled different, so that's good. It wasn't just some auto thing. Joel, is hot dog a sandwich? Listen, we can't be diving into philosophy every stream. Come on. But you know it is. You know a hot dog is a sandwich. I mean, just look at it. You really gonna? Sorry. I remember you guys like pick up on every sound, and I'm like putting my fingers into the lip balm area to apply to my lips. I hate the dryness of winter, honestly. It's so annoying. Tiff with the 5 says, Joel, love your lives and your channel in general. I listen when working on my animation. It helps a lot. Also, can you your friends share this playlist? Yeah, absolutely. That's one of the things I've wanted to do for anybody who is members, which by the way, if you click that join button, if you become a member of the Buttersock cult and become a member on the channel, you will have access to bonus content, and I am absolutely wanting to put this music along with the chill hop beats onto that playlist. I think it would be really dope. But I'm almost like wondering, would it be cool to like make it as like a special video in and of itself? You know what I mean? It's like stuff to chill to, stuff to whatever to, you know. But at the same time, I was thinking like, if it doesn't do well, you know what I mean? Like, could it hurt the channel? You know, would it hurt the next video? I'd like to think not. Maybe I'll have to consult with other YouTubers about that one. I mean, you could dive into philosophy every stream. Appreciate the rants on it. No, I do enjoy it too. I like it when you guys ask me weird, tantalizing questions. Dude, I wish I had some cash to give you, but I got kids and they get my fun coupons. Right, yeah. That's funny. I've never heard of it called that. But no, no worries at all. The stream's just for fun, honestly. Like when you guys donate, that's just a bonus to me, and I really appreciate it. Seriously. But don't ever feel the need to do so. Potatoes or potatoes? Now you're really getting in deep. Something controversial. Potatoes. Kid Reborn with the 5 says, definitely not a bot lol. Been listening to your stories for a couple years now in Indiana. Hello. Oh, okay. Were you asking about the Hoosiers? No, I don't think you're a bot. It was odd timing, but it was funny. Thank you for the 5. Appreciate it. Chicken and waffles.
Listen.
Potatoes or potatoes. Well, the fact that music is like coming through, oh shoot. Well, the fact that sound is coming through the speakers, I'm like worried when I switch over to the reading screen if that is going to be like also messed up. Joel, is cereal soup? I need to just do a whole like Q&A reference, because these are all going in my book. Turtle Pros here to say dick and balls. Thank you, Turtle. Cereal's cold soup. Would you ever put your cold cereal soup in the microwave to heat it up? Where'd you get that background? It looks sick. I kind of want it. That's from Robin Mikalsen. He actually did that, which is pretty wild. He does a lot of my just thumbnails and art and everything. What's the oddest username you've ever seen? Oh man, we've got some weird ones rolling through from time to time, and people like edit them on the fly. Somebody like kept switching through like every political person, like JFK and all these other ones, and they're just like coming back. Good soup. How I develop my voice? I don't know. I guess that's the thing, is I have no idea. I never realized, at any point in my adult life that my voice sounded unique or interesting or anything like that. I mean, I think I remember when I was younger, like people telling me that I like maybe talked like monotone or something like that, or maybe I read something and they liked the way I read, but I never really thought it had to do with the voice or anything. It was just like, I don't know. But that only happened every so often, so I never really like grasped onto it or anything. You have a blast plugging in, listening to you mellows my harsh man. Absolutely, I'm marshmallowing you all day. What do you want for Christmas? I was thinking, I just want you guys. I just want all of you guys here. I want all 800,000 plus people to be notified. You know what I want? I want all of you guys to hit the notification bell and mark it so it says all notifications. Just give me that boost. I just need that boost, baby. Come on, please. Have you ever believed any of the stories you read to be fake? Sometimes when they're just like a little too outrageous, I get because I'm kind of just, like I said, experiencing them the same way that you guys are experiencing them. And, I'm always like, what the fuck? Is water wet? I don't know. You gotta ask a fish. Maybe we as humans are existing in some sort of stasis or like we're constantly walking through the atmosphere of Earth, but maybe to some sort of extraterrestrial or ethereal being, like to enter into our realm is like stepping into water. All 800K in one room for a party. How many can we pack in there? Yeah, give that bell icon a kiss. Oh shoot. It's reedy time, baby. Hope y'all's are ready. Oh, wait. Shit. It is coming through the speakers. Oh, fuck. Can you guys hear it, though? Fuck. Damn. Well, you know what I can do? I can just... Wait, no. I was gonna say I could switch to headphone and then turn that down and then see if you guys still... Yeah, okay, it still works on your end. Well, that's a bit... Yeah, so the dark, ominous, like, background music, it seems to be working, at least registering for this. But for whatever reason, it was coming through my speakers and not my headphones, so it was, like, picking up double and through my mic. And I think that kind of just... Because I think if I would have left it on, it would have been like you would have heard it through the desktop audio and then picked up that way, but then you also would have heard it coming through the speakers back into the mic, and then that would have been, I think, a little bit weird. So, you know, and that happens from time to time. Like, I boot up Streamlabs, and I don't go through the proper, like, testing to make sure all the audio stuff works right. And it actually is pretty inconsistent sometimes, you know what I mean? But hey, as long as we're good and we're at the same settings as previously, we should be all right. Makes it weird if you record. Oh, that's a good point too. I wouldn't be able to record. I wouldn't be able to record that into my mic. Yeah, that would have been ridiculously confusing, especially after I remove like background noise. It would be all over the place. Okay. But yeah, we should be good to go now. But yeah, like I said, thanks for being here, guys. Click that like button if you can. Share this out. Always a good time. Always happy to have you. We'll be doing 6 true crime Christmas stories. This first one is about the Klopp family. Klopp. Burger King butt bettis. You like crazy military stories? Yeah, I've had a few of those, not a ton. All right. Let's kick this off here. Make sure I'm clear. Make sure the landing pad is clear. On Christmas Day of 2014, a 911 dispatch center in Lancaster County, Pennsylvania, received a phone call from a 36-year-old man named Dustin Lee Klopp. Klopp proceeded to tell the dispatcher that he required police assistance at his home, apparently citing a domestic disturbance, and after being assured that officers were on their way, Klopp hung up the phone. A short time later, when police officers arrived at the Klopp family home, they were met with the sights of a derelict house. Domestic disturbance calls usually implied that a property was occupied, but in this case, there didn't appear to be anybody home. This prompted the officers to begin circling the home, searching for signs of anything amiss. That's how they ended up near a shed in the Klopp family's backyard, a shed that had the smell of death about it. Upon searching the shed, the officers found a bag containing the remains of a freshly slaughtered adult female, one that was Kill Hefner. Hello from France. Français? Oui, oui. Hello. S'il vous plaît. You're not a fan of chills? What the heck? War stories are the best. Yeah, those I feel like I had like a whole episode of war stories at one point. I think it's still up, but it was like a big long episode. Ready for a liftoff. Upon searching the shed, the officers found a bag containing the remains of a technically fleshly. Upon searching the shed, the officers found a bag containing the remains of a freshly slaughtered adult female, one that was soon determined to be Stephanie Kilhefner, the wife of Dustin Lee Klopp. But the question remained, if Stephanie was lying dead in the family tool shed, where was Dustin and their 2 daughters? The police rushed into action, terrified that there was a risk to the surviving family members. It was imperative that they located Dustin, at least to inform him that his children were missing. But just 30 minutes after the call Dustin placed at the 911 dispatch center, he walked into a Lancaster County State Police barracks and made a harrowing statement. "My name is Dustin Lee Klopp," he told the officers at the front desk, "and I murdered my wife." Homicide detectives then took Klopp into an interview room and began to take down his confession. According to Dustin, it was around 10 p.m. on Christmas Eve when an argument with his wife began to steadily escalate. The holidays can be a stressful time of year for people with less than stable lives, and certainly in the Klopp's case, alcohol compounded what had already been a tense atmosphere. Dustin said that Stephanie began to berate him, cataloging his failures, while she subjected him to a thorough verbal flogging. Dustin told her to stop, but she refused, continuing to cudgel and humiliate him. Continuing to cudgel and humiliate him. And we all know that the trouble with the ones you love is they have the ability to hurt you the most. Stephanie's words cut deep, so deep that Dustin simply lost his mind and saw red. But no amount of emotional hurt can possibly excuse what he did next. Dustin said that as Stephanie rose from her seat to physically confront him, he followed suit and threw a punch so hard that it knocked his wife unconscious. It isn't clear what went through Dustin's head in the moments that followed him striking his wife. He only ever talked about what he did and not why he did it. But what we do know is that Dustin obviously decided that Stephanie had to go. He had crossed the line, committed an unforgivable act, and it was one that Stephanie would ruin him for. She'd take the kids, she'd take the house, and she'd take half of every paycheck for as long as he continued to draw breath. And to Dustin, that was simply not an acceptable outcome. He went into the family kitchen, reached for the butcher's block, and took out the sharpest knife he could find. He said he waited for a while over his wife's unconscious body, watched all the possible outcomes of his actions playing out before his eyes, but in the end, he made up his mind. Dustin kneeled down, brought the blade of the knife up to his wife's throat, and then sliced open her jugular vein. Blood must have pumped from the open wound like a faucet, with Stephanie's powerful heart muscles sending blood shooting up the arteries towards her neck and brain. Yet she didn't expire instantly. In fact, Stephanie Kilhefner took an upsettingly long time to die, so much so that her husband opted for an even more violent solution. Dustin walked out into the family's backyard and retrieved a large axe that he'd been using to chop wood for a smoker. He then walked back into the family home, brought the axe up above... Jesus Christ. Anna E with the 5 says, "Yo, yo, yo, what's happening? Good to see ya." Underrated along with GM Danielson. Yeah, GM Danielson's like production quality is fucking top notch. I was listening to a few of his videos around Halloween, and GM just knocks it out of the park. And he's very, he holds himself to a very high standard, which I respect, you know what I mean? So he's always looking and, thinking like, how can I get better? Which is great. He cajoled. Yuletide greetings, cave stories, abandoned town ghost stories. Abandoned town ghost stories would be really interesting, yeah. Have you guys ever been to an abandoned town before? Punch slashed on throat, and now he's about to be axed by her husband, yeah. you tell what equipment you're using, like mic, etc.? Yeah, so my recording microphone that I record into and is an H4n Pro. So basically it has a memory card within it, and then I can start and stop, with my recordings, and it actually like saves all of them as a WAV file within that memory card, and then I can kind of connect it as a drive to the computer, so I can pull all of those over into Sony Vegas and edit. But what you're hearing me through right now is a AKG C214, and that is a analog mic connected to an interface, which is a UAC2 Zoom interface that converts the audio of the analog to digital, which then goes out into your beautiful ears. He's using Pringles can with a string attached to his nipples. This is true. This is also true. There's a third mic that I use for my... Well, these are personal. That's for the $900 Patreon tier. This is my Pringles special. My sour cream and onion is what I call it. On September 30th, I accidentally shot myself in the thigh. Doctor said I missed an artery by millimeters, but it hurt. I almost died. I have had 2 pints left. Holy shit. Did you pass out or something? Or did it just like getting to the hospital? You were drunk and wasn't being responsible. Yeah, yikes. I'm glad you're okay, but that's 2 pints left. And I assume somebody took you to the hospital, and that's terrifying. I'll try to at least dedicate 1 hour to upload music videos. I've been busy on the last tasks of the internship and looking for jobs. What about music videos? I don't think you've ever told us about you doing music videos and stuff like that. So fancy, in other words. Yes, very fancy. Very, very fancy. Personally, I would have finished her off with a speech from Gilbert Godfrey. Did I ever tell you the joke about the aristocrats? I forget. What's that one joke he's like famous for telling? It's like a 10-minute fucking build up with a bunch of like raunchy shit. Did I ever tell you Gilbert Godfrey? I remember hearing Gilbert for the first time when I would watch Aladdin, and he was the fucking he was the parrot, I believe. He's got a propensity for just being some sort of avian creature. EMS arrived just in time to get you to the hospital. That's good. I'm glad you passed out and your dad did a tourniquet. Oh, wow. Well, thank God Dad was there to... it sounds like your dad saved your life aside from the EMS. That's crazy. There's a few abandoned homes near your hometown. I made a point to see them last year. It was rad as fuck and spooky. That's sweet. Personal scary stories? I don't have too many. I mean, it's mentioned about some unsavory threats that I've gotten before, but other than that, I've been fortunate. Knock on wieners. Do I edit my videos myself? Yeah, I do all my own editing. I mean, there's certain components that are sort of layered in there that may have been outsourced to other artists and things like that, and obviously the music and all that, but for the most part, I got it down to sort of a science at this point. Do the best impressions. Dude, I have some friends that are just like so good at impressions. It's wild. If you guys listen to Jensen's he's really, really good at impressions. He's a very wide variety of characters. He do them. Just voice impressions. I could attempt it, but I just don't have enough faith in my impression. Do you ever see those videos of people doing like 100 impressions in 1 minute? Like, that shit's nuts. The Problem Child. I don't remember that one. Do I ever listen to stories and halfway think this sounds a lot like a lodke? A lodke? This sounds like a lodke? I don't know what they're saying. If you were to animate some 2 sentence horror stories, is there a specific protocol I should go through, or is it okay to use stories from Reddit? Oh, if you were to do it, oh yeah, I mean, you got to ask permission from the authors and stuff. It's pretty easy. I mean, you just like, if you have a story you like, and maybe it's more recent, that means that the author was most likely online recently and will get the notification that you message them, and they'll, if you're doing something cool with their writing, you know what I mean, most of the time they're just like normal people like me and you, so they're like, fuck yeah, dude, please do, but if they say no, you know what I mean, it is what it is. Why did I decide to narrate on YouTube? I don't know. I just wanted to try something, and narration seemed like the sort of best way to like be able to do content, a lot of it, I suppose. Because I remember at the time, like, it seemed like it was, whenever I started in 2014, and I think it's kind of similar to that now. It was like, it seemed like YouTube really emphasized just pumping out a lot of content. Show some support and become a member. Who doesn't want this emote? Oh yeah, the Buttersocks emote. You get emotes, you get bonus content, access to that. 3 videos on that so far, so that's like 3 additional hours of unique content. Join the Buttersock cult. Okay, I should probably read. He then walked into the family. Okay. Dustin walked into the family's backyard and retrieved a large axe he'd been using to chop wood for a smoker. He then walked back into the family home, brought the axe up above his head, then used the sharpened blade to split his wife's head in 2. After that, she was no longer breathing, and her fight for life was brought violently to an end. Dustin then spent the rest of the night dismembering his wife's corpse, all the while his sleeping children lay upstairs, blissfully unaware of the carnage that had unfolded below. By the time morning came, Dustin had only just finished cleaning up his dead wife's blood. He'd also bundled her severed limbs and torso into a bag, which he then took out to the tool shed in the backyard, but still, the scene wasn't quite purged of the scent of death. As a result, Dustin swiftly drove his children over to the grandparents' shit. It kind of like actually, not something I read, but something I like felt my shirt kind of like move, and I was like, is that my cat? But it wasn't. And it shot a memory into my head where it was like dusk. And it was around the time when I had just finished like a semester in college. And some sort of like weird, it was weird. It was like a mix. Did you ever see, it's like a mix between a hummingbird and like a moth. It was basically like a huge fucking moth. But it just like, it was so strange. It was like, okay, imagine it being dusk. You're at this large like outdoor event for like music and shit like that. And you're chilling with people that you don't really know that well or whatever. But then all of a sudden, like this fucking moth-like hummingbird creature like flew down to my like chest and neck area and was just like, like flying at that like height, like hovering in like hummingbird fashion at the height, like right in front of you. And like looking up at it was like, where my face had to like look down, like, what the fuck is that? And like I did that. I was like, oh my god, what the fuck? And but like, and then it just like was like, just like flew away. And I swear to fucking God, the people next to me that I like met, and I was like, dude, some sort of like moth, like the hummingbird creature like flew down and just like hovered right. And like it was like they didn't see it. It was so fucking strange. It was, I mean, I don't think it was like a paranormal thing, but it was like in this weird time of day where it's like dusk, you know what I mean? So you can't like, I don't even know, you can kind of like see shapes a little bit better, but sometimes like if your eyesight's not great, it's I don't know, it was a memory that I have, and like the fact that it happened like right in front of people was just, yeah, Goliath moth. It was so weird. It was so weird. It just like, because it didn't land on my shirt, it just like hovered there like, let me look that up, Goliath moth. Let's see if it looks familiar. I have PTSD from it. Well, maybe. I feel like, do their wings flap really fast? Flying. I don't know what to look up. Glad about flying in slow motion. That's not this. I don't know. They look like more of a soaring, like a soaring bug or giant beetle. I don't fucking know what the fuck it was. Little baby moth, man. It was a June bugs. I don't know, man. Freaking weird though. Only 10 likes. Really? Are there only 10 likes? You might have to refresh your thing to like see it. Sometimes people like, and then there's other people be like, oh, there's 100 likes. But either way, like the stream if you'd be so kind. Always helps. Must have smelled good, lol. There's a hummingbird moth. Okay, let me look that up. Hummingbird moth. Real quick. Sorry to delay the stories. Holy fuck, this is it. This was it. This was the fucking thing, dude. I remember it was something like this. It was just so weird. Because I could see sort of like its, what do you want to call it? Like the thing that protrudes from its mouth, sort of like inspecting me or something like that. Let's see. Hummingbird moth.
Hey, listen.
Yeah, maybe it just thought that I was a flower or something. Or maybe it was just gonna shoot its paralysis or whatever you call it, like directly into my fucking chest and just suck my heart out. How high were you? That's the thing, is I didn't really smoke and stuff ever. You know, proboscis. Yeah, that's the fucking word. Shoved its proboscis right in my butt. But yeah, I don't really smoke in or anything. But that's the thing, is when I did that, like, it's just like one of those things where like I can only imagine the person that I said that to was just like, huh, I just met him, but he's fucking nuts. That's cool. You know. Great, now I get to be near that person. But I don't know. As a result, Dustin swiftly drove his children over to their grandparents' place, telling them that they were celebrating Christmas at their place that year. The grandparents found their appearance such a lovely surprise that they didn't question Dustin too much before he took off in his truck. Overcome with guilt, Dustin drove around for a little while and contemplated turning himself in. He briefly considered taking his own life, thinking himself unable to face the trials that would inevitably follow. His children would never have a normal Christmas again, not after their father had murdered their mother in a drunken rage. But in the end, Dustin simply drove over to the state police barracks and, with a heavy heart, confessed to the murder of his own wife. The guilt was something he could never seem to overcome, and in early 2015, while being held at a Lancaster County prison, Dustin hung himself in a cell. His attempt was soon interrupted by a prison guard, but it was too late. Dustin was declared clinically brain dead just a week later and passed away. Dustin was declared clinically brain dead just a week later and passed away after his life support was turned off. It's crime like... Dude, the hummingbird moths, I just checked them and they're absolutely gorgeous creatures. Wow, you learn something new every day, I tell you, when you're on a live stream. Live, tomato. Crimes like this are prime examples of why restraint and de-escalation are so important. When Dustin lost his temper with wife. Wife make mad. Me miss wife. When Dustin lost his temper with his wife, he not only lost the moral high ground, he kicked off a chain of events that would end with the deaths of both himself and his wife. It's almost reminiscent of the game of chess. Good chess players think 2 or 3 steps ahead before moving a piece. They consider all possible outcomes of their actions, never making a move in haste. Maybe that's why such an ancient game is still so relevant today. In which case, maybe should we... Maybe that's why such an ancient game is still so relevant today. In which case, maybe we should think a little more like chess players. If we did, maybe the world would be a better, brighter place. What about checkers? I like checkers more. Actually, I do enjoy chess. But I hate whenever you're just like, fuck, I'm getting shit on. But I guess that's just part of the game. Man, do you use OBS to make those animated pictures in your videos? No, I mean, OBS doesn't really make anything, you know what I mean? Like, OBS is just a streaming software. Deborah, I'm sorry to hear that, but we're happy to have you here. I have this hydro flask water bottle thing that I always use for water. Elise, everything. Okay, sorry about that. With the 5 says, hey, I uploaded my own Christmas story in your Reddit, and if you could, I'd love to hear you read it. Oh, absolutely. Definitely check it out. I can't guarantee it's going to get into a video, but thank you for submitting, and thank you for the 5. Sorry, yeah, I have it so, like, the donation sounds were coming through my speakers, so I had to turn them off on my end so it didn't, like, interrupt the recording process. But yeah, if I miss anybody's donations, please do let me know. I'd hate to miss it. So thank you again, and thank you for reminding me, and thank you for submitting a story. Papa John's or Domino's? I think Domino's is better in that scenario. I mean, pizza's pizza, but really, at the end of the day, there are big differences between them. I remember one time having like deep dish Domino's pizza, and I don't know what the fuck it was. It was just the combination of just like really, really thick, doughy sort of crust that had like just the best sort of garlic glaze I'd ever had on crust before, and it was just, I could eat the whole fucking thing, you know what I mean? Those pictures in your videos were dope. Wanted to learn how to make them. Well, yeah, I mean, in the videos, most likely it's Photoshop. So, like, you know, because it's the thumbnails and stuff. Do I like any video games? Yeah, I like video games. I play Overwatch. I wish I didn't. I'd like to not to. But it's an addiction, I think. Like, you know, I'm sure you guys have those video games where you just, like, it's your most played game, but you hate it so much, you know what I mean? And that's how Overwatch is for me. It's my most played game, but I just despise the experience. Not completely. There are moments, like, the cool thing about Overwatch is there's still moments where I'm just like, whoa, bitch, get fucked on, yeah, video games. But, you know, there are a lot of the times where you're just like, your team is so painfully trash that, and you know, the level, or the, sorry, every time I say level in chat, people give me shit, but it's the map is so geared towards certain, like, comps, you know, certain team compositions, that you're just kind of screwed. And you know nobody's going to switch because everyone's stubborn and they want to play their favorite hero, you know. You want to play some checkers? I would. That'd be kind of fun to play if somehow we could stream that while in between stories or something. Every time I make a mistake, I got to do a checkers move or something. Scary Winter Stories 2. Actually, that's Scary Winter Stories is in the works here coming up, so I'm excited about that, along with New Year's Eve. So that New Year's Eve is actually going to fall right on the 31st, and as far as release goes, so releases go. You miss Halo 3. Well, there's Halo Infinite out now. And it's okay, you know what I mean? The thing what don't I like about Halo Infinite? I don't know. It's just, to me, it sort of feels, Halo Infinite is cool. The big team battle experience is okay. To me, it's like, the way the game plays out is very predictable. If you're an individual going in by yourself and you come across two other people and you go in a 1v2, you can get the kill. And if you kill both of them, they're either terrible or you're just better. But if you guys are equally as good, just statistically, like 2 shots shooting down your shield and then killing you, which whenever your shield is down, is just it's just the meta to win that fight or whatever. And you know, you could get a sniper and make a difference that way, which I like those. I like those skill shots, or you get like a power weapon. But like, to be honest, like, most of the power weapons are complete shit. Like the shotgun sucks. Um, the needler's pretty good just because it's like automatic. You know, the rocket launcher's good, the sniper's good, but there's other one, like there's newer ones added to the game that just like don't really make much of a difference, and they're more or less just kind of like, I don't know, boring, you know. And so I never really feel like in Overwatch you sometimes can feel like really empowered to like catch them off guard with something, with such an OP move or solid skill shot that you just like roll a team, you know what I mean? But like in Halo, it's more of like almost, you're just like, imagine like D-Day, and you're just like stacking enough bodies in one area to like strategically move the next body in. So like if you and your friend are going against like two other ones, like most likely one of you is going to get taken out, you know what I mean? Like it's just, I don't know. To me, it just, Halo feels like old game design that hasn't been really reiterated on at all, because everyone's so obsessed with nostalgia all the time that, you know, for them to experiment with the old Halo formula, that would be sacrilegious or something like that, you know what I mean? But at the same time, I kind of feel like Halo Infinite doesn't really have the possibility for like long-term sustainability as far as its presence within the gaming world, and like especially within like competitive gaming, which is usually what keeps a game alive, you know what I mean? So I don't know. Used to main Sigma. I didn't play for long though. Prefer Paladins. Oh, interesting. Yeah, a lot of people have been getting back into Paladins, which I find interesting, you know, because Paladins is kind of like a Kmart version of Overwatch. It's still fun, you know, there's still cool things, but I remember playing as like he's like Russian, the character's Russian, but he's like a Soldier 76 character, and you could just melt people with your assault rifle. It was kind of wild. Video games are your life now. I used to be not such a good dude, and now I just chill with my kid and play vids, keep my butt out of trouble. That sounds fair, yeah. One thing that I wish that I could do is kind of get more into like creative arts, you know what I mean? Right now I'm just musing. I'm not actually saying I'm going to do anything, but I really just would love to do music or some sort of creative art. And just because I think compared to like, shit. Yeah. Okay. Well, shit. Now I know where Fry is, by the way. I'm not laughing as funny, but I'm just like, that was a surprise. You guys are asking where Fry, the one mod, is, and we wondered where he is. And so there is some very serious flooding that had occurred in the Philippines. I guess, and his whole like town is flooded, and his home is like essentially destroyed. That's fucking what the fuck. Well, okay, change of plans then. We're gonna help Fry out. I mean, I don't know if I can edit the title of this, but we can do it next time too for when we stream. But what do you guys think about changing this stream to a fundraiser for Fry? He's okay, and his family's okay, but it looks as if though most of his home has just been ravaged by a flood in the Philippines, the Philippines. And that, you know, he's staying with family elsewhere there. Sorry, I'm just texting him real quick. But yeah, let's make this stream in addition to future ones till we hear more from Fry. Let's switch this over to a fundraiser. I don't know if I can edit the title for that, but I definitely will in the next one. Yeah, Fry is such an awesome dude, and I feel bad because we were like, he was going to be doing like speed drawings for my TikTok thing, you know what I mean, to get the TikTok stuff rolling, and then I hadn't heard from him in a little bit, and yeah, now I guess that is the situation there. So yeah, basically my plan is from here on out, we'll take whatever these donations you guys have sent so far, and I will match them. So whatever, including what previously was donated this stream, and whatever is continuing to be donated, I will match that to send to Fry. So Randine with the big 20 says for Fry. Yes, for Fry. I mean, he's doing okay. I just want to reiterate that he's not in a bad way other than his home, but we got to get him up and rolling again as best as possible, and hopefully figuring out how to do that. Maybe we can even, I don't know, really how to start like a GoFundMe type situation. Perhaps he can do that, and then I can link people to it. But at least for right now, yeah, don't feel pressured like you gotta like that you would have, once again, like this is not one of those things where you have to feel like Judith said, I'll have to transfer some funds, but don't feel Elise, everything with the 10. So I got $20 in the bank account. This is half. Always pay it forward. That's a great perspective. But yeah, thank you so much. But yeah, like I said, don't feel like if you're in a tough financial spot, don't feel obligated to do that because of that. You know what I mean? Like, it's just. But at the same time, like I said, everything that's donated tonight will be sent to Fry, and I'll match that. So, and Chris Rayner with the 10 for Fry. I'll tell you, he says, "Oh my God, thank you so much." PayPal. Okay. You don't have to, but you want to. He would be probably very emotionally overwhelmed. So thank you guys. Thank you. Jace with the 10 says for Frazazzle. Hell yeah. Frazazzle. Thank you, Jace. Okay, so that was story 1. We got 6 here. This one's the Sauter family. This place, born in the Italian island of Sardinia. Let me make sure I got that correct. Does the music still sound okay? Yeah, there's Iron Cthulhu, Italian. Sardinia.
Hey, listen.
I have to turn it up. Sardinia. Okay. Elise with the 5. Wait, are we not talking about Futurama refund? Just kidding. Oh yeah. Take my money for Fry. That's actually hilarious. Thank you for the 5. Thank you. And Sandra with the 5 as well. Here's to Fry. Missed what happened, but we got your back. Yeah, so yeah, once again, Fry is in the Philippines, and they're experiencing some pretty serious flood-like scenarios in his area. And a lot of places have had some pretty severe property damage, and I believe that he's had to be relocated to family elsewhere on the island, I guess, or I don't know what specific island, but yeah. Anyways, yeah, after this, I will, match. I'll count it all up. I assume there's a way on OBS to like see the total, and I'll count that up, and then I will match that, and then I'll be sure to share like a screenshot of the PayPal being sent to Fry, and then also leave a thing in case people want to support through there, that kind of thing. So anyways, yeah, and if you're into the prayer type thing. I'm sure Fry's family would appreciate any support, you know. Born on the Italian island of Sardinia in 1895, little Giorgio Sadu, fuck, I'm instantly getting owned by these names. La 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 with the 10 Canadian says, I don't know Fry, but I hope this helps him. Yeah, so Fry is actually one of like a ongoing mod for, you know, the chat and the channel. Been such a huge help and is always here, like putting in lots of time, and just a good friend of mine as time has gone on. So I really appreciate it. Thank you for the 10. And Chrisella with the 20. Thank you for the 20, Sir Fry. Everything counts. I hope he gets back on his feet soon. Thank you. And Knox with the 10 says mod love. Thank you, Knox. You gotta love the mods. They put in the work, and Fry has been incredibly dedicated.
Hey, listen.
It might be, you know, he was saying that it might be like a month or whatever till things get back to normal, but can you update on what the total donations is / match is in the community section? That would be dope. You know, that would be a great place to put that, actually, is in the community tab. If not, I'll probably do it on Twitter, because I know this sounds silly, but like posting stuff in the community tab actually causes people to be angry, even though this is like a nice thing where we're doing, but like getting notifications, I feel like sometimes kind of upsets people for some reason, because they're like, oh, what the fuck? I thought this was be a video, or you know what I mean? So I'll probably talk about it on Twitter. So if you don't follow me or you have a Twitter, I'll be posting it on there at Let's Read Creepy on Twitter, and then as well as probably Instagram at Let's Read .official on Instagram. Astro Trial with the 5 Canadian Stars for Fry, sending all my best his way. Thank you, Astro. But yeah. So. Okay. So I got his PayPal again here and I'll be sure to post that as well.
Listen.
David De La Rosa with the 10 for Fry. Thank you, David. For Fry. Elise with the 5 says, just DoorDash McD's and accidentally clicked no meat option instead of no onions. Oh shit, no meat. He literally just got like bread and super chat stories. Let's read. Do you mean like I used to do that actually back in the day, where people would request something through super chat, but it actually made like streams not very structured, you know what I mean, because it was really hard to like find specifically what they were looking for, and that just wasn't the play, you know what I mean. He only made a Twitter to contact Sean Lennon returning his stolen mat cutter, but he won't answer me. What's a mat cutter? I don't have Twitter, so can you update us maybe next stream? Absolutely, I can do that. And I'm hoping next stream I'll actually be able to like say, hey, we're doing another stream for Fry, and then kind of keeping things up to date as well. Are you sure it's not a scam? I know it's not a scam, because Fry has been my friend, you know, from, you know, YouTube and being a mod and stuff like that for a while, and you know, he basically was beginning, essentially, this was the process of him, like not that long ago, but like him kind of essentially working for me as far as doing speed drawings and stuff for the TikTok. So for, you know, I don't think it wouldn't make sense, you know what I mean, to begin to like make money off of that and then immediately, and it wasn't like he asked me to do this sort of charity thing. It was just like he told me that's why he was going to be away, and it was now my, you know, idea now to switch things over to that, because I didn't realize how incredibly bad it actually got. You're only reading supers instead of reading anything. That's why there's only 400 views on a 1 million. Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, that's the thing, is like usually what happens is, and I understand that probably comes off as if though it's like an inefficient and not very structured reading stream, kind of like if someone was playing games and they just read that. But like it was just, these was an influx of donations, so I just wanted to address them so I didn't forget. And then I usually get back into streaming or I get back into recording and stuff like that. But I understand where you're coming from, but that's not the case. Born on the Italian island of Sardinia in 1895, little Giorgio Sodù emigrated to the United States at 13 years old. He arrived at Ellis Island during the summer of 1908, accompanied by one of his older brothers. But as soon as both boys had cleared customs, this older But as soon as both boys had cleared customs, the older brother turned around and sailed right back to Sardinia, leaving poor little Giorgio all alone in New York City. It's not clear why this older brother didn't stay with him, or why little Giorgio was sent to America at such a young age. Giorgio didn't like to talk about Sardinia or the reasoning behind his daunting journey across the Atlantic. Giorgio eventually changed his name to George Sauter and found work on the railroads of Pennsylvania. He started off as a water boy, but was eventually promoted to the position of driver in Smithers, West Virginia. Smithers. Well, yeah, that's the case too, is that like a lot of people join the streams just to like hear me, either banter about something or chat or, interact with the stream, you know what I mean? So if you really just want to listen to like the narrations, you can just go listen to the narrations because there's no interruptions in those videos. And I think, the perspective that there's only 400 people here for close to 1 million, going towards 1 million subscriber thing, is that it doesn't take into account the fact that this is a YouTube channel and that streaming is totally different compared to YouTube content output. So like with Twitch, everybody subscribes or follows you on Twitch because they're interested in the process of you live streaming, you know what I mean? But on YouTube, they follow you or subscribe to you because they're interested in the videos you make. There's also the concept that when you're live streaming, there's not a lot of people that are notified over the course of you being live. So even though I'm at like 800,000 plus subscribers or whatever, I can actually see later on how many people were actually notified over the course of the maybe 3 or 4 hours that I'm live, and it's like maybe a couple thousand, you know what I mean? So it's not like those people are there and that the reason that they don't show up is because I'm, bantering about something or whatever. I think that's just a bad take on like the back end of YouTube. Salute. He started off as a water boy, but eventually promoted to the position. Shit. He started off as a water boy, but was eventually promoted to the position of driver in Smithers, West Virginia, saving his pay until he was able to start his own trucking company. George and his handful of employees hauled Phil Dirty. What? Phil Dirty? Phil Dirty? What the fuck is that? Did anybody drive trucks or anything like that? Oh, Phil Dirt. Find Phil. Oh, they just accidentally made a spelling error. Phil Dirt. Well, I can see if you go to, whenever you're looking at the streams afterwards, you can see how many people have essentially come through the stream by looking at the views, and it's usually around like, I want to say like maybe 3,000, 5,000, maybe sometimes 7,000 people have kind of like come and gone. So like that number sticks around that thing, but I feel like there's some sort of system where like more people come And then and I'm not exactly sure what sort of, if people stick around, if that's what causes people for YouTube to notify more people. Now, I think when looking at YouTube's notification system, I think the notification system for their videos is not great. It's not what we want it to be, but it works for whatever back-end knowledge that they have, and that makes sense. But I don't think that same application should apply to live streaming. I think there should be a completely different notification algorithm that operates specific to live streaming, because with live streaming, people don't want to miss, you know what I mean? They don't want to show up to a live stream later on. They don't want to show up to it 2 hours late and be like, oh, YouTube didn't tell me about this. Now with a YouTube video, that's fine. They can be notified 2 hours later and they're like, oh, there's a new video, and they can watch it from the beginning. But with a live stream, the whole point is to be notified right from the get-go, you know what I mean? So it's just, it's almost, but I can tell that the way that the numbers proceed over the course of the subsequent hours is very similar to the subsequent number of views, that a normal video would get over those period of hours. And to me, I just don't think that's the algorithmic approach that should be taken, because it's illogical. You would, like, from a business standpoint, it would make more sense for YouTube to want to get as many people into a live stream as possible to increase donations and that kind of thing, blah blah blah. But IDK, I'm just a janitor here. Wait, what? Hold on, it won't let you allow notifications because it says it doesn't do that for videos made by kids. That's weird. Maybe that's a glitch on your end, but I do have the live stream set just like the normal videos to, like, you have to like tell it, like, not like it's not age restricted, but it's also not for kids. It's sort of like this PG-13, esque, whatever, just in the concept, but it's not made for kids. I mean, that box is not clicked at all. George and his handful of employees hauled fill dirt to construction sites and later took to hauling the coal that West Virginia is famous for. It was while working in Appalachia that George met a girl named Jenny Cipriani. Jenny Cipriani. It was while working in Appalachia that George met a girl named Jenny Cipriani, a fellow immigrant from Italy, and as it turned out, she had arrived in the United States around the same time George did. They began dating and married shortly afterward, settling in a 2-story timber frame house 2 miles north of nearby Fayetteville. Over a 10-year period, Jenny and George would go on to have a jaw-dropping 10 children. This first, what the fuck? Is mayonnaise an instrument? It says that for me, in regards to notifications on your YouTube channel in general, maybe I have to change something. Yeah, it sounds like a glitch because all of my videos are automatically set to be like not for kids, you know what I mean? Because you have to like choose that like automatically to apply, usually for videos, but you can set it to apply for all your future videos that you make, and that's what I have mine set to. So maybe there's just a glitch there or something. Uh, 10 children for, okay. Over a 10-year period, Jenny and George would go on to have a jaw-dropping 10 children, the first of which was born in 1923. With his prospering trucking business making a handsome profit, George was more than able to provide for such a large family. By the man he was, But the man was as outspoken as he was hardworking, and was particularly vocal regarding his hatred for Benito Mussolini, the brutally fascist dictator of Italy. This led to many an argument with other members of the local Italian-American community, and he was said to have almost come to blows with one or two of the pro-Mussolini camp. His passionate opposition was probably motivated by the fact that Joe, his second oldest son, had left home to fight in Europe in 1943. 18 months after Joe's departure, Mussolini was overthrown, tortured, and then executed by Italian freedom fighters. George welcomed the news with jubilance and was said to have publicly celebrated the Oh, Hayden, that's not a nice thing to say. 18 months after Joe's departure, Mussolini was overthrown, tortured, and then executed by Italian freedom fighters. George welcomed the news with jubilance and was said to have publicly celebrated the dictator's death among family and friends. Yet it seems that someone, somewhere, observed the commemorations with a vile contempt, and soon the Sodder family began to experience a series of sinister visitations. In October of 1945, George's older sons had also noticed a strange car parked along the main highway through town, its occupants watching the younger Sodder children as they returned from school. Then one day, there was a knock on the Sodders' front door. George answered the door to find an electrician on the doorstep. He didn't remember calling an electrician, but the man claimed to have been sent over on behalf of the local But the man was tasked being to check the... Oh, sorry. He didn't remember calling an electrician, but the man claimed to have been sent over on behalf of the local electrical company, with his task being to check the home's wiring. Confused but trusting, George welcomed the man into his home, who promptly began the inspection. By the time he worked his way around the backyard, the electrician was telling George that the writing in his house was God damn it. By the time he worked his way around to the backyard, the electrician was telling George that the wiring in his house was faulty, so much so that it was a potential fire hazard. This confused George even more, as the entire home had been refurbished less than a year prior. But he took the man... Don't chug peanut butter, this is true. I feel like that's like, like they have a way to remember certain things, like PEMDAS or whatever the fuck. Or My Sister Mary, or I don't know, you know what I mean? Like, I feel like don't chug peanut butter means something. Confused but trusting. Okay. But he took the man at his word, thanked him, then saw him out. George then called another electrician and asked him to come and take a look at the wiring. This new electrician confirmed his initial belief that there was nothing wrong with the wiring in his house, and told George that the electrical company doesn't just send guys around to check the wiring of houses. Whoever the man was, he certainly hadn't been with the electrical company. But if he wasn't an electrician, who was he? A week or two after the fake electrician had called, showed up, the Sodders received another knock at the door. This time, the man introduced himself as a traveling life insurance salesman and offered George extremely low rates on a lucrative policy. When George jokingly asked what the catch was, the man assured him there wasn't one, then said something to the effect of, "You never know, a guy who goes around making dirt," and remarked, "Anime and weirdness, no worries. Hope work's going well for you. Is it possible to chug peanut butter? I would not suggest it, but you could. But that's up to you. And that's on you. Just make sure it's organic. Just kidding, don't do it." A week or two after the fake election... Okay. you never know. A guy who goes around making dirty remarks like you do, their home could just go up in smoke at any time. Then everything they've worked for, the nice house, the beautiful wife, the children, they're all going to be burned to cinders. It was all beginning to make sense. The visit from the fake electrician, the salesman's comments about a fire, it was a result of his opposition to European fascism. George told the man to get off of his property, warning him that any other solicited visits would be repulsed by force. The visits soon ceased after that, and in the run-up to the holidays, things began to return to normal. Christmas of 1945 was much like any other in the Sodder household. It was expensive, it was hectic, but to Jenny and George, watching their children open their presents was pure, unrefined joy. The eldest of their daughters, Marion, had been working in a dime store in downtown Fayetteville. Fayetteville? Isn't it Fayetteville? Oh wait, I gotta turn this on to here. Fayetteville, okay. Is he writing a story right now? No, I'm reading. Just like writing it on the fly. The eldest of their daughters, Marion, had been working in a dime store in downtown Fayetteville, and she surprised 3 of her younger sisters with new toys that she had bought for them as gifts. Around 10 p.m., the children were so excited that they asked their mother if they could stay up past their usual bedtime, and since it was the happiest day of the year, their mother agreed. Only condition was that they put the cows in and feed the kitchen. The only condition was that they put the cows in and feed the chickens before going to bed. By 30 minutes past midnight, the whole family was asleep in their beds when suddenly their phone began to ring. Jenny Sodder woke up and walked downstairs to answer the call, but when she picked up, she didn't recognize the voice on the other end. It sounded like a young woman who was calling from a party, with loud voices and clinking glasses in the background. The woman addressed Jenny by a name she'd never heard of. Then, when Jenny told her she might have the wrong number, the woman laughed before hanging up the call. Confused but not alarmed, Jenny simply replaced the phone's handset and returned to bed. But that wasn't the last time she'd be woken up that night, because outside, in the cold December darkness, men were gathering, and they had evil on their minds. Just after 1 a.m., Jenny was once again awakened by the sound of something hitting the roof of her house. She later said it sounded like a bang, then a rolling noise, but it wasn't enough to wake up any other family members. Around 30 minutes later, Jenny was still lying in bed, wide awake, when she began to smell smoke. When she investigated, she found George's office was in flames, and hastily began to wake up the rest of her family so they could all evacuate. In the minutes that followed, both parents and 4 of their children, Marion, Sylvia, John, and George Jr., all escaped the house suffering from nothing but smoke inhalation. Once they were outside, George attempted to re-enter the house but discovered the stairs were on fire. It was then that he suffered through the horrific realization that his remaining 6 children were trapped in the rooms upstairs, soon to be engulfed by the raging inferno. He then rushed to the family phone, attempting to call 911 as his home burned, but the line was dead. He ran back outside, screaming for his daughter Marion to run to a neighbor's house so they could call the fire department. While this was occurring, a driver on the road nearby had also... Am I a shaniac? What's a shaniac? Or a shaman? Is it a shaman? A shamanac? If you reverse the audio, the entire script is the B-movie script. This is true. Don't give away my secrets. Does pineapple go on pizza? So usually if it like touches the top of the pizza will like shoot it off It'll just like glide right off him instantly, like oil and water. But if you get enough glue, it should work. While this was occurring, Shaniac all the way. What's a Shaniac? I'm equal parts Shaniac and Bugera. What is that? What the hell is that? What's going on here? Words I don't understand. Fry says, we were actually directly hit by the typhoon Odette. Odette. Don't know the international name, though. Okay. Yikes. Directly hit by a typhoon. It's BuzzFeed Unsolved. You would love it. Oh, okay. How do I collab with BuzzFeed Unsolved? What do I have to do? Do any of you guys know them? Any rock climbers boulders in here? It sounds interesting. I always thought you could get really jacked doing rock climbing. Do I believe in ghosts or not, essentially? I think that there's people have paranormal experiences, and it seems to happen so often, that there's definitely it's entirely possible. Shane and Ryan are YouTubers from BuzzFeed Unsolved. Oh, okay, nice. Tell them I said hey. What do I think the percentage of people who are super high while listening? I get a lot of those messages, like or comments rather, in the YouTube comment section where they're like, who's sparking up a bowl listening to Let's Read and stuff. It's actually funny. There was a girl at the gym years ago when I told her about my channel and stuff. And then I remember her like coming over and she was like, hey, I listened to your videos. And I was like, oh, really? So yeah, me and my friends got really, really high and listened to your ghost stories, and it freaked me the fuck out. And I was like, that's amazing. Oh, the true crime season has ended, but they're on their Watcher channel coming out with new paranormal series. Interesting. You're pretty high, Venus. So high. When's the story starting? I don't know. Sometimes people comment and I think they're like way behind. It's probably best if people just refresh their page. Am I getting pretty for Christmas? Maybe just like a big lasagna. Because Garfield likes lasagna, right? And he's the most famous cat ever. So I assume Pradeep's gonna like lasagna. What am I getting myself for Christmas? Maybe a racquetball. I can bounce around. I want to play racquetball again. I used to do it back in the day, so I'd like to get a racquetball racket and just go smack around some balls. You feel me? I'll wear glasses though, so I don't take one to the eyeball. That would suck. That would be the worst thing ever. Imagine playing racquetball and you go blind because you get a stupid... one of your friends knocks it directly in your eyeball. Yeah, the moth bird guesses keep popping up. Yeah, I don't know. I would just have to tell people who are stuck behind, if you end up hearing this way back in the past, to just click refresh, and then you might be caught up. Am I a cat or a dog person? I have a cat, but I love dogs. But cats, I don't know. There's something very peaceful about just them not like my parents, like black lab mix. Like, she's 6 months old and she is nuts. She is nuts. Now, granted, I got those little trainer treats and she's very responsive to everything, But it's just, I don't know. It's difficult, And like, as soon as you come in, you might be paying attention. She will just. It's like when she jumps up on you. It's not like she just jumps up on your side. It's like she tries to like tackle you and wrap her arms like around you like a lion. It's really weird but cute and funny. But man, she's fucking wild. Guess what? What's that? What am I guessing? So who is Let's Read? Or is it just let us read as a conjunction? Yeah, it kind of started off that way. I technically am Let's Read, but yeah, it's also the name of the channel, and I feel like I
Hey, listen.
should have named myself something else more creepy, I guess. I don't know. What if you guys could do a creepypasta, narration channel? Like, what would you name yourself? Marco with the 2 says, for the Pradeep Tower Fund, yes. Got to say goodnight, guys. Hey, Luke, peace out. Okay. Let us read, yeah. I've said that many a time. While this was occurring, a driver on the road nearby had also witnessed the blaze and had sprinted into a nearby tavern to call 911, yet they too found the phone line to be dead. An ominous pattern begins to emerge when we discover that Marion, upon arriving at the neighbor's house, heard them say something about the phone not working. In the end, it's believed the passing motorist was eventually able to reach the fire department from another phone in a tavern a few miles down the road. Clearly, someone had disconnected the phone lines not just to the Sauter household, but to the entire neighborhood. Upon learning that no one was able to contact emergency services, George Sauter flew into action. He ran into his backyard, where the family usually kept a long wooden ladder. But you guessed it, someone had taken the time to remove it from the backyard and it was nowhere to be seen. Then, completely barefoot, George climbed a wall of his house, breaking an attic window in an attempt to climb inside. Yet in the process, George cut his arm so badly that he was in danger of bleeding. I'd call the channel Alternative Dimension. Oh yeah, that'd be cool. Name the channel Nightmare Fuel. That'd be good. Closet Classics. Sick Pasta. Maybe Dark Link or Darkness in Matter. Dark Link would be interesting. Let's Spaceman. Yet in the process, George cut his arm so badly that he was in danger of bleeding to death, and he was forced to retreat back down to the ground. Over the next 45 minutes, the 6 surviving Sauters had no choice but to watch their home being reduced to little more than a pile of cinders. They wailed and screamed as it did, assuming that the remaining children had perished in the fire. Due to the ongoing American contribution to World War II, the local fire department were painfully low on manpower. As a result, they failed to respond until around dawn, hours after the fire had started, and it was later discovered that the fire chief, a man named F.J. Morris, couldn't even drive the fire truck and had to wait until someone who could drive it was available. By the time they arrived, the firefighters could do little but sift through the ashes that remained in the Sauter's basement. Yet by 10 a.m., the fire chief had informed the surviving family members that they had been unable to find any bones, meaning that either the fire had been hot enough to incinerate the remains completely, or they hadn't been in the house at all. There are 2 prevailing theories at work, the first being that the house fire did burn hot enough to incinerate the children. This is somewhat unlikely, since without the presence of plastics or accelerants, it's fairly difficult for a regular house fire to reach incineration level temperatures. The second side of this theory is that there was evidence of human remains, but the firefighters were simply too incompetent to find them. Yet the other theory is that someone entered the house before the fire was started and kidnapped 5 of the Sauter children. But who in the world would do such a thing, and was their crime connected to the threats that George had received in the months before? After 4 days, when the fire department had ceased their investigation, George had the site bulldozed with the intention of converting it to a memorial garden for the lost children. The grief was unbearable, but George seemed to have made up in his mind that the fire was just a horrible accident. Yet the following day, the local coroner gave a statement which made George's skin crawl. Instead of blaming the fire on an arson attack, the coroner announced that the cause to be faulty wiring. faulty wiring in a house that had been checked over twice within the previous year. Shortly after, when George sought out those that had advised the coroner on his official statement, he made a horrifying discovery. One of the men that had attested that the fire was an electrical fault was the same man that had been pretending to be a life insurance salesman in order to threaten George on his doorstep all those months before. There seemed an obvious conspiracy at work, yet despite his pleas, no one would listen to George's theories on his missing children. The official take was that they died in the fire, and death certificates for the 5 children were issued December 30th. The local Fayetteville newspaper then openly contradicted itself, stating that all the bodies had been found, but then later in the same story reporting that only part of one body was blah, blah, blah. How many stories left? This is only story 2 of 6. You found The Strangers really scary? I don't remember that movie, to be honest. What's the best compliment you've ever gotten? I guess just like I have a nice smile. Or I don't know, I feel like I get like more compliments from like dudes, you know what I mean? I feel like dudes are more prone to compliment other guys. Like, bro, looking thick. Looking good, bro. You know, like girls I feel like aren't like ones to like, for good reason, I guess. Like if they just complimented every dude they see, it would be a lot of unnecessary attention in their direction. Because I feel like if a girl compliments a dude, the dude's immediately like, oh, does this mean like you want me to like bother you now, or should I live in your walls? What's the plans for Christmas? Yeah, just hanging with family. Probably my brother and his lady are going to be visiting on Christmas Eve. So I think the whole family is going to be going out to eat or something like that, maybe midday. And then Christmas Day, going to be going down to my grandmother's. Got a big family on my mom's side, so I get to see all my relatives and their various drama. If you compliment someone of the opposite gender, they will take it wrong. It sucks. I mean, like, it's usually the case that someone is complimenting you because they have some sort of like romantic interest in you or something of that nature. It's not always the case, but I think that's sort of the stigma or expectation that's thrown up. But compliments are a nice thing to get. I wish people would say them more. But I always, there's like that meme. And I feel like Fry was actually the one that sent it to me, but it was like whenever girls like get their like 10,000th compliment for the day or something like that, and they're like, thanks, and like, and then a guy gets like his one compliment a year, and he's like, what? Me? You know? It's so fucking true. I don't even think guys even know what a compliment is. It's so interesting to think we're all cousins in some form. This is true. We all originated from a big pile of slime. Nickelodeon gack. You compliment everyone, that's good. It's good, you know? Don't hold back. I mean, people need that shit, you know? People need to hear once in a while that their fucking sweater is fucking fire, baby. Mary Johns with the 2 says, hey, Joel, Merry Christmas to you, sir. How are you? We're doing good. We're doing a bit of a, this is an impromptu fundraising stream for one of the mods, Fry. His area was in the Philippines was hit by a typhoon, and it really did a lot of damage to his home and local area and flooding and all that kind of stuff. So while he is kind of recovering life there, we're gonna send him. I'm gonna basically, the donations tonight, I'm gonna match them and send that. And then probably for the next couple streams, we'll be doing fundraising as well for that. So I'll be talking about that on Twitter more later on. But thank you. Positive attitudes. You get I get the compliment thing, but I think that sometimes girls and women are on guard due to dealing. Well, no, that's what I was saying. That's absolutely true. That sweater is absolutely fucking fire, baby doll. Let's go. Oops. Somebody's got their cool Harley Davidson outside. Your first manager at the internship helped me get it extended to December, and then after that I didn't talk to him. He told me he began as intern. Should I email him to help stay in the company? I don't know. I feel like I can't keep because you keep me up to date on a lot of this stuff, and I appreciate it, but for some reason I can't like keep the narrative straight in my head. I feel like I just can't keep it straight in my head. Can I set up a fund me thing? Yeah, that's what I was thinking about, doing some sort of GoFundMe or like linking a direct, or maybe I can talk to Fry about exactly how much he'll think is, necessary and stuff, to like set one up. But at least right now I'll probably link his PayPal email on Twitter or somewhere like that. The local Fayetteville newspaper then openly contradicted itself, stating all the bodies had been found, but then later in the same story reporting that only part of one body was recovered, almost as if it had been edited at the last minute, but not thoroughly enough to eliminate all references to the children being missing. In the years after the fire, the surviving members of the Sodder family attempted to rebuild their lives, but as they did so in the clouds of grief.
Hey, listen.
Althea later with a 5 says, "You're very kind to help Fry. You're a great guy, Joel. Merry Christmas to you and fam and Pradeep." Thank you. Pradeep is doing a little bit of a stretch by my feet right now. It's funny. It's like when a cat comes out of like their 90th nap of the day and they're like, "Okay, time for attention. I've done my nap. Now I want this." Thanks, Sarah. And Deshay, hey, long time no see, with the 10 says, "Merry Christmas, Fry. Wish I could do more. Thank you, Joel, for being a good person." Yeah, of course. Of course. And thank you. Thank you. Fry will really appreciate it.
Hey, listen.
What gave the Spaceman theme? Yeah, so it's like, believe it or not, that on my normal YouTube avatar, which I hope to update at 1 million subscribers, but the normal YouTube avatar is actually a picture from a skeleton in a scuba diving outfit. I don't know if you guys knew that little tidbit of information, but my profile picture is actually a skeleton in a scuba diving outfit, and I always thought it was a space one, you know what I mean? But at the time, whenever I chose that sort of persona, it was because I was doing sci-fi and horror narrations and stuff, but it started going towards the direction of true scary stories and true crime and that kind of thing. But it just stuck because everyone's kind of used to that. Yeah, and cats go right back to sleeping, which he currently did. He rubbed him around my legs, and now he's back up on a chair, just flumbled up. Yeah, they want that attention as they go to bed. Yeah, it's actually kind of nuts. Like, I can't leave my door open. I can't leave my door open to sleep because Pradeep will do everything in his power to wake me up. Like, I think he thinks I'm dying or something like that, or he's just a jerk, or he gets the zoomies or whatever. But what he'll basically do is just be on the bed, like rubbing into me and stuff, or he'll like get on the bed, try to like land near my head, and then as soon as like, huh, or he'll jump off the bed and land on the floor, and I'll be like, huh, and then he'll just like sprint down the hall, and he'll just sprint up and down. And you see a picture of Pradeep. I can post one to Twitter, probably later tonight. Or maybe I'll wait. Sky, thank you. I'm glad you discovered me through Mr. Corpsey. But yeah, I have to keep it closed because he won't stop. I don't know, man. It's tiring work being cute. This is true. But that's the thing I like the most about dogs is that, like, I don't know. Like, I go to my friend's place earlier because there was friends visiting in town, and they're like, hey, we're going to visit our one friend to see their cat. And I'm like, hell yeah, let's do it. You know what I mean? Because they got a new cat or whatever. And then, like, instantaneously, that cat just, I mean, I understand they have to get used to it and shit, but, like, instantaneously, the cat's just like, no! And, like, gets close, but then, like, sprints away and just does that over and over again. I'm like, cool. I came over to see you, and you don't even want to see us, which is so consistent. And then her other cat will come up and act like it rubs into you and wants pet, and then you go to touch it, and you're not paying attention as you pet it, and it will just, like, literally try to kill you. It'll try to kill your hand. And it's really, like, scary because it's, like, one of those cats that are, like, kind of strong, and it'll, like, latch onto your fucking hand, you know, that you actually have to be like, holy shit, you know, to get away from it. But the nice thing about dogs, most of the time, if they're treated right, they are just like, yo, what the fuck, bro? What's up? Let's fucking hang out. And that can be, obviously, that can be annoying sometimes, but it's like, I think most of us just want endless attention, so that's kind of what's great about dogs. But as they did so, and the clouds of grief withdrew, they began to question the authorities' official explanation of the fire's cause. For example, if it had been caused by an electrical problem, why had the family's Christmas lights had remained... For example, if it had been caused by an electrical problem, why had the family's Christmas lights remained on throughout the fire's early stages when the power should have gone out? And remember the ladder George rushed to use, the one he usually kept in the backyard? Well, it was eventually found almost 100 feet away from the house at the bottom of an embankment, almost as if someone had deliberately removed it to hinder any attempt at rescue. Then, in the course of post-fire investigation, a telephone repairman discovered that the solder's phone line had, in fact, not been burned through in the fire. Rather, it had been cut by someone who had climbed up the 14 telephone pole. The 14 telephone pole? Maybe 14 foot. 14 foot. Yeah, it's about 14 foot up there in the telephone pole. Tails wagging so hard their butt twerks. I know, it's just like my man, I miss this dog, but my buddy had a boxer, and he used to get so, like, and they would tell me that they don't, you know, like, he doesn't get that excited to see anybody other than me, to the point where, like, his, like, whole fucking ass was just, like, twerking. He was so excited. And then he would, I don't know, he was just so nice. He would, you know, I'm, like, sitting on a chair, and he would just, like, climb up and just plop his entire body onto my chest. And, like, no other, like, dog I had ever met, like, actually does that, where it's just, like, pretty much half propped on the floor, half propped on my chest, and just, like, laying there. And it was such a good dog, and he was so well trained. Like, it was like you were communicating with another human being. He was just, like, very perceptive of emotions and all this kind of stuff. It was his name. Well, he was a great dog. You haven't seen me do a live reading in a while. Well, here I am. I'm back at it, baby. We've been doing some pretty consistent ones lately. Then, in the course of post-fire investigation, a telephone repairman discovered that the solder's phone line had in fact not been burned through in the fire. Rather, it had been cut by someone who had climbed up the 14-foot telephone pole before severing the wire by hand. The police had previously arrested a man who had been caught stealing from the solder property, and they confronted him regarding his potential involvement in the fire. The man admitted he had been in the area on the night of the blaze and
had severed the phone line, believing it to be the home's power line. Yet he staunchly denied having anything to do with the fire, insisting he fled the area shortly after realizing he'd cut the wrong line. The police also managed to get in touch with the woman who made the wrong... Fuck. What up, what up? The police also managed to get in touch with the woman who'd made the wrong number call shortly before the Sauter home went up in flames. She told the police it had been nothing more than a mistake and had been intending to call a friend of hers, yet the woman had an Italian second name, and despite the area having a large Italian-American community, a connection to the pro-Mussolini threats the family received cannot be ruled out. Then there was the matter of no bones being found. Jenny Sauter was very vocal in her belief that the children had been kidnapped, especially given that many of their household appliances had survived the fire almost completely intact. Given they were made of materials much less hardy than human bone, how did they survive the fire while the children were completely incinerated? Jenny also cited a similar incident which had occurred around the same period, when a freak house fire killed...
Does this have anything to do with Christmas? That's what I'm confused about. Let me look. Christmas. Oh. Oh, okay. Christmas of... I see. Much like any... It's been hectic and journey, but watching the children open their presents. Oh, this all happened on Christmas. Okay. Oh, after that 1 a.m. Okay, that happened like later. Okay. It happened on XXXmas. Yeah, I guess so. How long does it take me to make one video for YouTube? I don't know, maybe like 6 hours or something like that. Maybe ish. But when I'm streaming, like, I get so distracted so easily that... Well, that's kind of the fun part, though. I'll be honest with you. I know I sometimes, like... People will comment and be pissed that I'm not staying focused and just reading, but like, I don't know, if all I did was read all the time, it's kind of lonely, you know what I mean? Because like, you just sit here and in your thoughts and read about like people getting killed, like whole families burning alive, and you're like, this is fine, this is my life. It's not a bad one. I'm just saying, like, it's interacting with you guys while creating this stuff that makes it infinitely more better for me. Tell your friends and family to like, subscribe for the creepiest content on YouTube. You're sitting around being a barfly listening to Let's Read Made My Night. Oh, you're at the bar? Nice. Do you have like a headphone in or something? Jenny also cited a similar incident which had occurred around the same period, when a freak house fire killed a family of 7. The skeletal remains of all 7 family members were recovered from the smoldering ruins, and as a local crematorium employee later stated, it's possible for human bones to withstand temperatures of 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit, or 1,090 degrees Celsius, for periods up to 2 hours, far longer and hotter than the house fire could have been. In the spring of 1946, Jenny Sauter began turning the site of her burned and bulldozed home into a memorial garden for her departed children. It was a garden she would tend to for the rest of her life, but it didn't mean she'd given up on her missing children. After all, there was mounting evidence that what had occurred was a premeditated attack on her home, one that had been planned and executed by a shadowy cabal of fascist conspirators whose tendrils stretched among a terrifyingly wide network. It soon emerged that the driver of a bus, which had passed through Fayetteville late on Christmas night, said he had seen some people throwing balls of fire onto the roof of the house. This was corroborated a few months later as, once the snow had melted, young Sylvia Sauter found a small dark green rubber ball-like object in a brush near the ruins of their home. Could this have been the object which was thrown onto the Sauters' roof, perhaps after being wrapped in paper, doused in gasoline, and set aflame? The family's hopes were further renewed when several witnesses claimed to have seen the missing children after the home had collapsed in flames. One woman who had been watching the fire from the roadside said
She had seen some of them peering out of a passing car while the house was... Do you do readings with other YouTube narrators? Yeah, I've done a lot of collaborations on other channels. That's kind of like pretty much the only way I was able to sort of grow my channel, was getting exposure and stuff on other YouTube channels. What's my schedule? Yeah, so my upload schedule for new videos is Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 7 p.m. EST, and then my streaming schedule is usually, it's kind of sporadic, but it's usually the day before, like Sunday, Tuesday, and Thursday at some point in the early evening time frame. Oh shit. Excuse me. Excusez-moi. Yeah, you got earphones in, not much happening for a sec. Oh, you working at the bar, or are you drinking? Having a little sippy sip. Why is Master Chief sitting all alone on Christmas in the video? Well, ever since he blew up Halo Zeta, you know, and Cortana went nuts, he hasn't had many friends lately. One woman who'd been watching the fire outside. Oh yeah. I gotta sneeze now all of a sudden. Oh my god, the French. I can't. There it goes. Okay. Sorry. Bonjour, Joël. Buongiorno. Got through a very horrible breakup with your long-term partner. Your live readings make me feel less anxious and alone in the evenings. Thank you for being there. You're welcome. Sorry about your person, but thankfully there are 7 trillion other people on Earth. Thank you for the blessings. And guess what? You got 442 of them right here. Blessies. 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 One woman who had been watching the... Okay. The family's hopes were further renewed when several witnesses claimed to have seen the missing children after the home had collapsed in flames. One woman who had been watching the fire from the roadside said she had seen some of them peering out of the passenger car while the house was burning. Assuming they had been safely evacuated and were perhaps about to be taken to a hospital, she didn't think anything of it. Another woman who worked at a rest stop between Fayetteville and Charleston said she had served them breakfast the morning after the fire, and noted that they had traveled with a strange man who drove a car with Florida license plates. These new revelations prompted the Sodders to fire a private investigator, eventually deciding on a man named C.C. Tinsley from the nearby town of Golly Bridge. Tinsley confirmed that the very same insurance salesman who had threatened them with a fire over George's anti-Mussolini sentiments had been on the coroner's jury that ruled the fire an accident. It had been no coincidence, no mistake. There was an obvious conspiracy at work. Tinsley also learned that despite the official account being that no remains had been found in the ashes, a scorched human heart had been found, which he later packed into a metal box and had buried in secret. The fire chief himself had apparently confessed this to a local minister, who broke confidentiality to confirm that Yeah, Muka mist. That would be nice, honestly. I don't even know what's caused it. Probably just fucking chatting so much. Oh, there's this one shit that I think I've told about before. It's called like Buried Treasure. It's got like a ton of immune system boost shit. It's very bitter, but it works. But it's kind of crazy. Whenever I wake up in the morning and kind of have like some sniffies or whatever, just from morning bullshit, probably from my bed being covered in bed bugs, but like I'll take a shot of that and then the sniffles go away pretty quick. You're dog wants endless food. This is true. This will help him survive for hundreds of years. At least that's what he'll have you believe. Fuel is a heart found. Confidentially confirmed. Okay. The fire chief himself had apparently confessed this to a local minister, who broke confidentiality to confirm this to George Sauter in person. George then rushed to confront the fire chief, the same man that had claimed not to know how to drive his own fire truck, and was told that in reality, what had been buried was a fresh beef liver. He supposedly placed it there in the hope that the Sauters would eventually find it and would finally be satisfied that the missing children had indeed perished in the flames. This newest twist seems to have driven George to the very limits of his sanity. At one point, after seeing a picture of some young New York ballet dancers in a magazine, one of whom resembled one of his missing daughters, he drove all the way to the school, where his repeated demands to see the girls were refused. George was eventually escorted from the premises by force, but 500 likes? Can we get it? Can we hit it? Can we do it? Click that like button if you'd be so kind. You know that you are so fine. George was eventually escorted from the premises by forceful but sympathetic police officers. George then contacted the Federal Bureau of Investigation, claiming that since the children were kidnapped, it was within their remit. Why did I start making these videos? To spook ya. Remit. Is that a word? To lay aside, to desist, to let attention or diligence slacken, to release from the guilt or penalty of, to refrain from, to cancel or refrain from inflicting. Marco with the fives, I heard of this story in an unexplained iceberg video. This was a bizarre story. I feel sad for the family. Well, thank you, Marco, for the 5. Yeah, I don't know. I hope they find out something, but yeah, it's just terrible. Just getting, I don't know, it's weird. You know, I didn't realize that there was like sort of Mussolini sympathizers. And, you know, there's a lot of like cultural stuff you don't realize that occurred like just all throughout history. You know what I mean? Like it almost sounds like a cult, you know what I mean? Which I guess is what politics is. Sort of worshipping some dude that sits in front of a pulpit. Or lady. Whatever your fancy is for that day. George then contacted the Federal Bureau of Investigation, claiming that since the children were kidnapped, it was within their remit to investigate. God damn it. This whole fucking story is like... completely destroyed my shit. Fuck, dude. I wish there was like a better way to just like suck out every fucking like shitty fluid in your nose and mouth and everything. Because I swear to God, it's just from like sitting down here in like stagnant air and like, you know, Pradeep exists. So it's just like everything's hair all the fucking time. George then contacted the Federal Bureau of Investigation, claiming that since the children were kidnapped, it was within their remit to investigate. J. Edgar Hoover himself responded to the letters, stating that, although I would like to be of service, the related matter appears to be of local character and does not come within the investigative jurisdiction of this bureau. If the local authorities... If the local authorities requested the Bureau's assistance, he would of course divert human resources to assist them. But the Fayetteville Police and Fire Departments had declined to do so, relaying the questionable statement that they were capable of handling the investigation themselves. Then, in August of 1949, several small bone fragments were unearthed from the buried ruins of the Sauter family home, and after analysis, were determined to have been human vertebrae. A specialist later confirmed that they were pieces of lumbar vertebrae, yet quickly added that they were from a person between the ages of 16 to 22. This almost completely ruled out the possibility of the fragments belonging to one of the deceased Sodder children, as the oldest missing child was just 14 at the time of the fire. This expert also stated that there was no scorch marks on the bone, adding that it was very strange that these bones were the only ones found. These new findings attracted national media attention, and the West Virginia legislature held 2 hearings on the case in 1950. However, authorities later told the Sodders that their case was hopeless, and that seems to have been the point where all investigations, both private and official, ceased entirely. But still, the Sodders didn't give up hope of finding their missing children. They printed flyers, offered a $10,000 reward, and even put a billboard near the site of their incinerated home, begging people with information to come forward. George followed up leads personally, traveling to the areas where tips had come. For example, a woman from Missouri claimed little Martha was being held in a convent there, while a bar patron in Texas claimed to have overheard 2 other people making incriminating statements about a West Virginia fire that happened on Christmas Eve some years before. When George heard later that a relative of Jenny's in Florida had children that looked similar to his, the relative had to prove the children were his own before George was satisfied. The incident clearly had a horrendous effect on George Sodder's psyche, and he remained an angry, heartbroken, and deeply suspicious man for the rest of his life. The fates of the missing Sodder children remain a mystery to this very day, and despite the fact that several people claim to have met grown-up versions of the children, the case is unlikely to be solved anytime soon. And that makes it all the more frightening that there seems to have been a violent group of fascist sympathizers on America's East Coast during World War II, a group that was equipped, motivated, and hateful enough to execute a kidnapping so intricate and effective that they could make 5 innocent children disappear without a trace.
Shit. Fuck. You never got a notification for the stream. How long has it been on? It's been on 2 hours. Dude, I even said that earlier. I was like, YouTube doesn't notify people, and then they'll get here 2 hours in, and they're like, fuck, I missed it. You know, and it's like, so it's like, I really think YouTube needs to reevaluate their notification system for live streams. You know what I mean? Like, because the whole point, like when you get on Twitch, it's a totally different philosophy on Twitch. Same concept, right? It's streaming, right? You're streaming, you're chatting it up, you're doing whatever you're doing, you're getting donations, subscriptions, blah, blah, blah. But like on Twitch, it lets you know almost instantaneously when you're going live. Like it'll email you, like I've said this before, it'll email you, it'll buzz your butt, you know what I mean? It will do everything. It will interrupt another live stream to tell you that your other favorite person is online streaming, because it wants to get as many people there as soon as possible and then maintain that number, you know, throughout the whole experience. But like with YouTube, it does its notification systems very similar to it does its YouTube, you know, like video releases, where you get like most of your views in the first 24 hours, but no stream goes on for 24 hours, you know what I mean? So it's just like, I don't know, either people have to hit the notification bell and turn on all notifications, or rely on like a very unreliable system or something of that nature. You were lost on the last story? Oh yeah, basically this guy moved to America. He started a big family. He was Italian. He spoke out against like Mussolini and the dictatorship there. And then I guess like Mussolini, you know, loyalists or whatever in the country like killed and lit his house on fire or something on Christmas. It's pretty fucked up. Yeah, everybody message you. You know, I don't want you to bother YouTube, but I mean, it is something that to take into consideration. Like, to me, it seems more of like an oversight,
where they think, okay, we'll implement a live stream system, and so we can compete with like Twitch and other stuff like that, which is great, but they don't take into consideration that there's a whole separate system of notifications that need to exist, so they use the same sort of algorithmic function. I can't explain it or how it works exactly, but it's very, very similar to their YouTube or their video notifications. And to me, I just think that's really like just and now granted, also like maybe people are just not that interested in listening to me live stream about stuff. That's something to take into consideration too, but I just think that it could be a lot more efficient of a system, All right, well, that was only story 2, but I don't know if okay. Fry says, gotta go, signal is poop and I have to turn off my phone, not sure when I can charge again. Okay, but I heard electricity will be back on Wednesday, and really hope it will be back on Wednesday, because it's fecking hot, and water too. Jeez. No electricity, no water. That's crazy. Lynn's with the 10 says, amazing of you to help your friends, sending you both all the love. I've been listening since the beginning and just found your live stream. You are by far one of the best narrators on YouTube. Thanks for existing. Thank you, Lynn's. And you're welcome. I do my best to keep surviving. And, Fry literally is surviving out there, so let's hope they get their electricity back by Wednesday and get fresh water and all that kind of stuff. It's just, I don't know, it's crazy. Crazy stuff. Okay. Nestled in the small English village of Blacknest in Hampshire lies a quaint, almost stereotypical British pub known as the Jolly Farmer. Surrounded by lush green fields and sleepy country lanes, the pub seems pretty unremarkable. But those old enough to remember know that the town has a dark and mysterious past, and in the run-up to Christmas of 1989, the moon... Best door dashing this week? Nice. I'm not really sure why my nose is just like kind of fucked right now. It might be pretty just like rubbing around my legs, and I don't think I have allergies, but sometimes he just fucks me up with his stupid dander. He's a dandy boy. Subtitles, even with the headset, I miss stuff. I'm jealous. Oh. You can turn on subtitles. I think it should like automatically create them, I believe. I'm not really sure. And in the run-up to Christmas of 1989, the mood in Blacknest was anything but subdued. The night of February 4th of 1989 was much like any other for the staff and customers of the Jolly Farmer. The pub filled with its regular faces, propping up the bar until around 2 o'clock in the morning, when last orders were finally called. After the last of the drunken customers had been corralled out of the pub, the only 2 people that remained were the manager, Richard Dean, and second chef, Clifford Howes. Both men busied themselves with the least few items on their last few items. My favorite fast food? Oh, fuck, that's a good question. I mean, pizza's great. Burgers and fries. Shit. Now you're making me want it, but I gotta be strong. I gotta be strong. Oh, it's a full moon tonight? I didn't know that. Ruh-roh. Drunken customers. Both men busied themselves with the last few items on their closed-down list, Yet none of those activities involved picking up the pub's phone, because if they had, they'd have noticed that the line was dead, and that one little detail might have just alerted them to the horrifying fate that awaited them. Because just before 2:40 a.m. in the wee small hours of December 5th, the Jolly Farmer was rocked by a huge explosion, which ripped through the building and reduced it to rubble, with both Richard Dean and Clifford Howe still inside. Clifford Howes. Where am I from? I'm from Pennsylvania. Pennsyltucky. With both Richard Dean and Clifford Howes still inside. The explosion is said to have been heard over 2 miles away, with many claiming they saw the fireball erupting into the sky. Horrified ambulance and fire crews arrived shortly afterward, only to be greeted by a huge, smoking ruin that used to be the Jolly Farmer. All that remained were the pub's sign and a chimney which had somehow remained intact during the building's collapse, with debris being spread for almost 100 yards around the explosion's epicenter. Paramedics and firefighters immediately began trawling the rubble for any survivors, and the scene quickly became like something out of a disaster movie. After one particularly large chunk of rubble was moved, rescue personnel were faced with the sight of an arm sticking out of the rubble. It was Richard Dean's, and as his saviors worked to... Saviors? Can you check and see how many people watch from Pakistan? I don't think so right now. Maybe I can check the demographics later, but I don't think I can check it right now. Go outside and do a breathing treatment and come out and check out this full moon. The moon is made of cheese. Ever been to New Zealand? I have not, no. How is it? I heard they're back on lockdown. Yeah, compared to Clifford Howe's, Richard had been lucky. Oh, wait. It was Richard Dean's, and as his saviors worked to free him from the smoking debris, they noticed that his clothes had melted onto his skin from the heat of the explosion. He would go on to miraculously survive the ordeal, but received catastrophic third-degree burns to almost a third of his body. Yet compared to Clifford Howe's, Richard had been lucky. The second chef had been standing directly over the spot where the explosion had originated, and had been crushed under tons of burning debris which had collapsed into the pub's cellar, burying and burning him alive in the process. He remains. You're from Schoonhoven. Where's Schoonhoven? Is that Brazil? Any Skinwalker stories coming? I love those. You know, nothing planned right now, but I do get them from time to time. I'll have to get my squad to assemble them. Skinwalker stories, assemble! The Nederlands, nice. Greetings from South Central Los Angeles. Stay safe, stay woke. Joel, when are you going to upload Haunted and Ghost Stories? They're actually, if you became a member, if you joined the members thing, I did members-only content that was true scary paranormal stories recently. Nederlands. His remains, sorry. Rancho Cucamonga, sorry. His remains were not recovered until over 12 hours later, when emergency services finally cleared enough of the debris to sufficiently reach the bottom of the pub's cellar. He was just 34 years old when he was killed. By the time emergency crews had reached the cellar and thus recovered Clifford's body, the cause of the explosion became apparent. The smell of gasoline was almost overpowering, suggesting the explosion was no accident, and when the remains of a homemade fuse were found, what remained of the Jolly Farmer officially became a crime scene. Arson investigators discovered that gasoline had been poured through the wooden doors of the pub's beer cellar, creating a pool of flammable liquid right underneath the pub, which would in turn cause flammable vapors to form, causing the explosion itself. Police also discovered that the pub's phones had stopped working because they had been professionally cut, obviously to prevent any survivors from contacting emergency services. It became apparent that the pub's destruction was the result of a sophisticated and well-executed plan. But who would be vicious and devious enough to do such a thing? Almost 20 years later, in 2008, pub landlord Arthur Tompkins gave an interview in which he said, "There was absolutely no reason to target us. The police had theories, but they found nothing, because there was nothing to be found. It was just a quaint little pub in the middle of nowhere. Why would anybody target it? It's ridiculous." At the time of the arson attack, there were 7 different pubs of the same name. Gauze with the 179 says, Big fan. Thanks for helping me through long days. You're welcome, Gauze. Thank you. I like your God of War. PFP. I haven't played the newer God of Wars, but I do hear they're pretty sweet. You don't know what to make for dinner? You don't have much right now? What do you have available? Maybe we can brainstorm something for you. At the time of the arson attack, there were 7 different Also, did you guys hear they're remaking a what's it called? Splinter Cell game? I forget which one it is, but I'm pretty stoked for that. I like Splinter Cell. At the time of the arson attack, there were 7 different pubs of the same name in the county of Hampshire alone, leading some to theorize that the attack was a simple case of mistaken identity. Yet in the course of the investigation, none of the other pubs seemed to have a reason for why they might be targeted either. Naturally, the police were completely baffled. Their only lead was a vehicle which appeared to be fleeing the area, but neither the car nor the identity of its driver could ever be uncovered. Despite the floundered investigation, Hampshire police have refused to give up on the case, with Chief Investigating Officer Mike Southwell stating that he's convinced that the murderer is still detectable. Arthur Tompkins is less confident, saying he's resigned to the fact that the identity of the firebomber will forever remain a mystery. Yet despite the horrifying destruction that was wrought that December night, the Jolly Farmer rose from the ashes and is still open for business today. Who knows if the attack was the result of mistaken identity, or the result of a deranged person with a vendetta against the pub, its patrons, or those who work there. And though the UK has largely forgotten the Black Nest bombing, those who witnessed its aftermath will never forget the sight of a street strewn with rubble, blood, and tinsel. Tinsel? What the fuck is tinsel? Tinsel. Sounds like a toy. Tinsel. I kind of miss hearing the music in my ears, though. It sort of like helps me stay focused.
Tinsel.
Tinsel. Very thin sheets, strips, or threads of gathering material used as decoration. I don't know if the decorative items make sense here. With rubble and blood. Maybe I'll say that. And though the UK has largely forgotten the Black Nest bombing, those who witnessed its aftermath will never forget the sight of a street strewn with rubble, debris, and blood. Have I ever done Fleshgate stories? No, I don't think so. I always forget what Fleshgate are. Aren't they similar to Wendigos or something? You still have a Splinter Cell game for the PS2 you play it from time to time? Yeah, Splinter Cell was sweet. I remember Chaos Theory really, really blew my mind on the Xbox. Like, just the graphics, and at the time, you know, I was just, like, when I was younger, I miss those days. There used to be, like when I was younger, I always had, like, at least one video game that I knew the release date of, and I was just, like, waiting for it to come out, you know what I mean? Like, I remember, I think it was, like, 2004, I was in, like, 9th grade, or maybe 2005, 9th grade, and I was waiting for Yeah, what the fuck? Yeah, was it? I think, yeah, 2005. And then maybe going into 2006, March, perhaps. I was waiting for Splinter Cell Chaos Theory to come out, and I was just so fucking excited about that. I really liked the Tom Clancy games, even though I kind of sucked at them, but I was always like really excited about them. Black Ops 1, yeah. Yeah. Alright, so that was story 3. This is story 4. You only played CNC. What's CNC? Warm up some corn chowder. That sounds yummy. What's my favorite story I've read? I don't really know. They're like Five Guys. I do like Five Guys, yeah. I would get their burgers, like, without the bun. It's still really good. On the eve of their wedding day, in January of 2006, the future looked bright for Bruce and Sylvia Pardo. With a combined income of over $150,000, the couple's fledgling marriage promised to be very... Promised? Oh, Command and Conquer. I never really got into RTSs. I mean, I kind of did when I was younger, like with different like sim games, like Sim City, and I remember I played like Sim Safari. Do you guys remember Sim Safari? I played the shit out of that game. That was fun. And I'd always like look up cheats and put cheat codes in and shit. I remember my dad, like I remember I bought this one biking game or something. Maybe it was just like a BMX game. And like before I even like attempted to play it, like attempted to just play the game, I remember like printing off cheat codes for it and stuff. And my dad's like, Jesus, you didn't even try it yet. I'm like, I don't care. I want everything. With a combined income of over... I gotta reset my mouth. You still love Animal Crossing? Oh, Asherella, how are you? Yeah, Animal Crossing was... I know it's other people's thing, but I tried it. And wasn't really feeling it. I don't know. I didn't really know how to get into it. And I wanted to kind of like grind it for the first day, but it like wouldn't let you. Like you had to like put it down or trick your system to that it was the future or something. I'm just like, why did like games from Japan do that where they're like, be sure to go outside? And it's like, why? Don't you want me to waste my life on your game so I like spend money on cosmetics or something? Bro. Bruce was making Oh, whoops. I went a little ahead of myself there. With a combined income of over $150,000, the couple's fledgling marriage promised to be a very comfortable... What the fuck? With a combined income of over... I can't really... Did you ever try to say that? Of over? It's like a hard one to say. Income of over 100. Just sounds weird. Do I watch anime? Not really. I don't really watch anything, to be honest. I just feel like I play I play Overwatch from time to time, but I usually... Well, I was playing Halo yesterday for a little while. But I haven't, like, really put a lot of time into games and stuff as I used to, and watching shows. If I do watch a show, I need to like watch it with somebody. Otherwise I like get bored by myself. With a combined income of over $150,000, the couple's fledgling marriage promised to be very comfortable, and they had recently purchased a $500,000 home in Montrose, California. Let me just make sure I said that correctly. Montrose. Montrose. Anybody from Montrose? Can I make ASMR videos? I actually do have an ASMR channel. If you type in Let's Read ASMR, I got like 4 videos on there, but I never haven't really uploaded since then.
Montrose.
Montrose. Lila, at work right now, but just wanted to stop by and say hello, Lila. You would be officially the only mod here right now if you stuck around. But that's okay. If you got work, you got twerk. Ever played Red Dead 2? Yeah, I like Red Dead. Red Dead was great. Did I beat it? I got to the John Marston part, like the... Was it prologue? Epilogue? I forget. True hero, yeah. Well, I just don't want to sound silly. Montrose. Montrose. And they had recently purchased a $500,000 home in Montrose, California. It was on a quiet suburban cul-de-sac just in the hill. Man, I'm just fucking up tonight. It was on a quiet suburban cul-de-sac just up the hill from the Holy Redeemer Catholic Church, where Bruce volunteered as an usher at the children's mass. Bruce was making $122,000 a year as an electrical engineer at ITT Electronic. Bruce was making $122,000 a year as an electrical engineer at ITT Electronic Systems Radar Systems. What? Is that seriously the name of the place? Electronic Systems Radar Systems? Oh my god. Is that a place? ITT Electronic Systems Radar Systems? Oh. ITT Electronic Systems Radar. Reconnaissance. Okay, I think it's just radar. Alright. IT Electronic Systems Radar. Down in Van Nuys. Oh my god. It's like every 3 seconds I gotta check a pronunciazione. Van Nuys. Oh wait, fuck man. I don't know why my stupid speaker fucked up tonight. Van Nuys, okay. Makes sense. Alright. Bruce was making $122,000 a year as an electrical engineer at ITT Electronic Systems Radar down in Van Nuys, and together the couple built a nest egg of almost 90... What? $90,000 in just 2 years. A nest egg. Oh shit. FFYN with the 50 super good dollars. I apologize, I can't hear the twerk music because of the weird glitch I was having tonight. It says, oh my god, finally caught you live. I didn't have any notifications since the last time I was here. Hi, Joe. Yeah, isn't that weird? Isn't that so strange? That's what I'm saying. The notification systems on YouTube specifically for live streams needs to be different. It needs to be completely separate system or something, or a separate number value, whatever. Like just change the frequency to times 10 for streams, you know, if they're so afraid, you know, because their fear is site abandonment. That's the thought process, is that if you get too many notifications for something, you'll unsubscribe, you know what I mean? And they don't want that. But it's like, dude, maybe they won't, you know, I don't know. But anyways, thank you so much for the 50 super good dollars. We're actually doing tonight, we just adjusted on the fly, we're doing a fundraiser for one of the mods, Fry, who had a typhoon come through the Philippines and wreak a lot of havoc in his area. So I will be matching anything that's donated tonight So I will be matching that as well, added to the tally, and then I'll be heading over to Fry's PayPal later on. So thank you again. Thank you. Yeah, so Reaper and FFYN, do you guys have like the bell hit, but then also like the all notifications thing? Because some people say they never miss a notification. So I don't know if there's like something there or what, but anyways, thank you again. And together the couple built a nest egg of almost $90,000 in just 2 years. In his spare time, Bruce either worked on home improvements or walked Saki. In his spare time, Bruce either worked on home improvements or walked Saki, the couple's big brown Akita, over at the neighborhood dog park. Yet despite their opulent and initially congenial fuck, man. Joel, do you fall asleep easy or do you have to take meds? I have to take Ambien, but your voice seals the sleep time for me. I try to avoid it and just listen to stuff, but usually I'm pretty tired by the time it's time for bed. But like, I slept in today, so I'll probably have to take something, maybe something to like pass out. Yet despite their opulent and initially congenial married life, there was soon trouble in paradise. By December 2007, Sylvia was sleeping in the spare bedroom while spending weekends at her parents' place. 2 months later, she told Bruce she wanted a divorce. Sylvia filed court papers asking for attorney's fees and $3,166 in monthly spousal support. The situation has become untenable, she wrote in one document, and continuing the marriage is not an option. Sylvia also claimed her husband had drawn down their $88,500 savings to $17,000 in just 2 months and was transferring funds to a private account in an attempt to withhold capital from her. This attempt was identified. Sorry, I was going to take a deep breath to do that, but then I breathed and fucking spit. This attempt was identified and stopped by Sylvia's attorneys, and the results were disastrous for Bruce. As a result of his malpractice, Bruce lost his job at ITT and soon was drowning in debt while struggling to find work. He begged the court to grant him spousal support until he could find employment, complaining that his former employer had failed to provide him with a severance package and that he was losing $2,000 a month in expenses. Yet instead of granting his request, the court ordered Pardo to pay his ex-wife $1,785 a month in spousal support, plus $3,570 for past payments. When the divorce was settled, he was also ordered to pay his ex-wife an additional $10,000 for past payments, but most painfully, he was forced to give her custody of their big brown Akita, Saki. By Christmas of 2008, Bruce was flat broke and desperate. He told a close friend that he was considering leaving California altogether and was searching for work up in Iowa, of all places. He said his plan was to perform one last Christmas Eve midnight mass at his church and that he'd leave for Iowa before the holidays were through. But as it turned out, Bruce decided on a very different course of action instead. On Christmas Eve of 2008, Bruce Pardo had started drinking early. Some say that he might have been in 2 months. Yeah, I feel like divorce, I don't even know, man. Divorces just seem like they suck so bad, you know? Just so bad. Especially monetarily, you know what I mean? Oh, fuck getting married, dude. Just like I get it. You know what I mean? These people were in love at one point, and then now they're like enemies, like the Batman and the Jokey. I don't know. And he's probably going to go do something bad, you know what I mean? All because of he's financially ruined because of legal proceedings that resulted from being married. And someone commented, like, after the stream was over previously, they're like, you're overthinking. I do really enjoy also, like, on the streams themselves, which you can find all the old streams in the streams playlist, by the way. You spent $1,000 on Amazon. Had no idea. Interesting. But yeah, like, someone commented, well, I just enjoy that people comment and, like, have no idea that I'm not actually live. Cashy, Joker loves Batman. That's true. He's fighting to get him back. They used to be lovers. But, like, yeah, it's just funny. They, like, leave comments even though I'm, like, they don't realize that it's not live or whatever. I don't know. It's just funny. Anyways, like, someone else also commented, like, you're overthinking this marriage thing. And I'm like, no, I'm not overthinking it. Like, everybody's marriage is, like, wildly different, you know? Am I married? I am not married, no. But I think if I do meet someone that I would want to marry, I would have a very serious talk that maybe we shouldn't do that, you know? Maybe we should just exist as partners with each other till we're dead, you know? And then I want a prenup so you don't have to pay alimony. I mean, like, I don't know. The whole idea, it just seems scary, you know? Like, I absolutely agree paying child support. Like, that makes sense, you know? But, like, paying, like, if I was not making as much as my spouse and we were both we didn't have kids, and then, you know, say I cheated on them, I'm just putting this in the scenario, and then I also wanted a divorce, I don't really think I deserve any money from them, you know, from Jeff. Now, say I married Jeff Bezos' wife, you know. I'm going to marry Jeff Bezos' wife, and then I'm going to cheat on her, and then I'm going to demand some large degree of alimony. Nicole Kitely, welcome to the Buttersock Cult. You now have access to bonus content, which is in the playlist, but perhaps the lovely Cashy could link you to that. But you know what I mean? Like, I just think, like, philosophically, Jeff Bezos' wife does not owe me anything. You know what I mean? Especially if I did something in a bad way in the relationship. And likewise, you know, in any direction that a relationship goes, I don't think that there is money owed to the other person, because it's not like they're exiting the scenario. Because most of the time the person gets, like, financially ruined and they have to, like, liquidate their assets. They lose fucking Saki, their beautiful Akita dog. I would kill if I lost Pradeep, you know what I mean? Not actually, but, you know, that would be like, if we had to split Pradeep. No, I'm just kidding. But it's just, or even, like, if I only got Pradeep on Sundays, what the fuck, man? That's only one day out of the week I get to have allergies and him rub his, and that would be torture for Pradeep. He needs to have a solid home. FFYN with the 20 super good dollars says, Dear Pradeep, here's 20 for some cat treats. Thank you. Not Saki, my Akita dog. You've been married for 18 years. We just say we're married. Yeah, that sounds great. That sounds amazing. You've been with your boyfriend for 13 years. Neither of us believe in marriage. We even have a daughter together. Yeah, and if, like, you know, you guys separate, and most likely your daughter, you know, depending on how old they are, like, goes with you or goes with the other one, I think, like, in that legal circumstance, that the individual that has primary care of the child should pay whatever particular percentage of money, you know what I mean? But I've seen people, oh man, you know, like, oh man, I've just seen it play out in so many negative ways where people just become financially ruined, you know what I mean? And it's just, and all because essentially one person in that relationship goes from loving you to just being absolutely heartless out of nowhere. And maybe that was part of the plan the whole time, who knows, but it's like this little, it's like a golden parachute for one party, while the other party is just building resentment in their hearts and potentially picking up drinking as a hobby, and who knows what else. Have you ever caught a shark? Because last week on Friday it was a really big reef shark. Yeah, my friend we caught a huge nurse shark the one time, which is more of like a almost bottom feeder style fish. It almost looks a lot like those sucker fish that are on like tanks at the pet store and stuff. I'm actually still not over the fact that this is basically marriage. Yeah, being a mod is marriage. You guys could leave, the mods could leave me at any time and I couldn't say anything about it and I get screwed. Me and my boyfriend have been together since we were 18, 19 for 15 years, don't plan on getting governmentally married. Yeah, and it's like, I don't know, I remember just hearing that, like, they're like, well, what about the tax benefits? And I'm like, I don't think those tax benefits outweigh the negative, the amount of money that you owe after, you know what I mean? Like, there's no way the government ever is, like, kind enough to give you anything more than breadcrumbs, for the most part. If you marry, you're not divorcing. Well, that's the thing, is like, honestly, I'm not a lawyer. Let me just clarify that. And I don't actually know what the shit I'm talking about. But I don't think that you have much of a choice. If someone files divorce papers, like, you're kind of obliged to, like, sign them eventually. Your best friend was married, found out she was cheating. Found out she was cheating. Oh, okay. Your best friend's a boy. She sued him for divorce and the judge granted her alimony and child support after she was the one cheating. Right, yeah, that happens like a lot. That happens a lot. Not to dive into like his personal stuff, but like one of my brothers, he was married for a while, and then one day, I don't know what the circumstance was, woke up and his wife at the time, left him, and I don't know exactly their financial makeup situation there. I won't jump into that, but she ended up remarrying a doctor, like this older, like, a rat king looking sleazebag doctor. You know what I mean? They had a kid together. They got married, and guess what? She divorced him, and I'm just like, and you knew from the get-go that she didn't give a fuck. You know what I mean about that guy, you know what I mean? She literally was just like some money chasing, like heartless person. Literally like just a heartless person who only had their mind set on like leeching off of other people's, financial successes and stuff like that. And to me, that's like a, I don't know. That shouldn't be rewarded. Like, that shouldn't be something that's rewarded for someone having like cheating the system. You know what I mean? Like, almost in many ways, almost being like, imagine that. You almost had to be like sociopathic to an extent. You had to be like sociopathically pursuing another person because you know how much like income they have, with the tentative plan that it's not going to work out. You're not going to be satisfied in that, and that you're going to get a kid out of it, who then you get child support and you're going to get alimony, you know what I mean? So it's just like all this like passive income that like you didn't, you know what I mean? Like, I think for the child's sake, obviously that's money that's well spent. But at the same time, the whole thing just seems so messed up. And if I ever ended up in a situation like that, I'm not saying, I would build a killdozer. No, I'm just kidding. But like, it's just like, you can see why people fucking snap. You know what I mean? It's just scary. It's scarier than the stories on Reddit. Yeah, exactly. Just be married to you guys. yeah, do you think they would formulate, is that legal to marry 450 people at one time? It's got to be somewhere. Maybe like Utah or something. Some say he might have been in two minds regarding what he was about to do, but in reality, Bruce had been planning it for months. He'd been tinkering away at something in the garage of his home, one of the few things he'd managed to retain from what had been some pretty brutal divorce proceedings. The device had taken weeks to perfect, and also, let me just clarify too that lawyers are, not all of them, but lawyers are usually really bad people. I just want to get that out of the way. Not all of them, but man, like some of the stuff that they go through just to get a little get the scrapings off the top of a certain situation, ruining people's lives. I don't know. The whole thing, like that's like a career that I remember when I was younger, like there was a woman at the daycare that I went to that like told me that he would be a good lawyer. I was like, why is that? It's because you're good at arguing. And I was like, oh, okay. And I always thought it'd be cool to be a lawyer, but then I just remember like just hearing about the essentially how morally bankrupt you have to be sometimes, you know what I mean? To go along with something and then take your money and go. Like you just have to like shut off your soul. I feel like it just seems really weird. Millennials are causing divorce rate to go down due to waiting to get married. Well, that's good. I'm glad they are. We need to cut that racket out. Lawyers are creeps. I was a paralegal and not anymore. Can't stand them. Yeah, it's I remember like even, you know, just in business wise, like setting up some legal paperwork and stuff like that. Like this one like lawyer wanted to like you know, have a meeting and stuff and like hear about hey, tell me about what you do in this YouTube thing and blah blah blah. And it's like you're sitting in a meeting just BSing with somebody and you have no idea that every second that goes by is on a tally of like $300 an hour, depending on where you go. But this like, and it's just, I don't know, to me it's so embarrassing. Like there needs to be like lawyers need to understand, if I were to run a office, I mean I wouldn't, but I mean if I were to, I would if I was to, you know, it's kind of like if I were to sell a fucking burger at Burger King, if the burger is $5, I sell it for $5. If I make a mistake, I go back and change the mistake and you still get your burger for $5. But a lawyer, if they make a mistake in some certain paperwork that needs, you know, changing for legal purposes, you get charged whatever hourly rate it is to like cover their mistakes, you know what I mean? And I think that's the weird thing too, is realizing that even though people are lawyers, they're still like relatively inept, you know what I mean, and still fallible as people, but sometimes maybe even more so. I don't even know. I wouldn't say it's an overpriced profession, as like the value of certain things in society really fluctuate, but man, lawyers are just something else. Birds aren't real. This is true. They have been watching us for some time. Okay. The device had taken weeks to perfect, but he'd be damned if he was going to give it, if he wasn't going to. The device had taken weeks to perfect, but wait, I'm really confused what this sentence is trying to say. The device had taken weeks to perfect, but he'd be damned if he wasn't going to give it a proper field test. Okay. What's like a synonym for he'd be damned? Synonym. Synonymed. But he'd be darned. He'd be cursed. But he'd be darned. I'm gonna say he'll be darned. I just think that'd be funny to say in a video. He'd be darned. The device had taken weeks to perfect, and he'd be darned if he wasn't going to give it a proper field test. After finishing off a bottle of vodka, Bruce walked into his bedroom and found his outfit for the evening laid out on the bed. It was a bright red Santa Claus costume, complete with black boots, bushy white beard, and most importantly, the iconic red hat. He then packed a few things in his car, climbed into the driver's seat, and drove off into the night. Just before 11:30, Bruce Pardo parked up outside a large middle-class home in Covina, California. Cassie has re-upped her membership to the Buttersock cult with 42 months. My God, oh my God, 42 months, what the fuck? Also, I can't find my AirPods since last stream, so don't mind me, but I'm blaming you, Let's Read, that's fair. I ate them. They're actually they're in my belly button right now. And that's crazy. It's crazy to think, like, what is 42 months? And honestly, I remember, Cassie, you were one of the few people that were present at some of my gaming streams whenever I would like stream leading up to a release of a new video, because I would like tell people, I don't know, I would like say, hey, new video's coming out, be sure to go watch it and stuff. And so I appreciate that. I've always appreciated you. A butt ton. An AirPod ton. He'd be ass blasted, yeah. He'd be run through. He'd be run through. Jesus Christ. Oh, he would be run through. Covina. West Covina. In West Covina, born and raised.
West Covina.
Sweet. In the Killdozers, where I spent most of my days. "19 months in, that's not a little bit, not at all. That's a lot. 3.5 years. Yeah, geez Louise. Have I really been streaming that long? And look at my stream time 3 years later. Can we mail you fan mail? I don't have a, I mean, you can email me mail, but I don't have a P.O. box or anything. I'm kind of terrified of that. I don't want someone sending me like poop, you know. It doesn't matter what kind of nice gift would be sent, like poop would just immediately ruin it forever. I remember watching some person who, I don't know, some streamer or whatever, he would open up stuff that people sent him on stream, and one was like literal like poop, and he just like gagging and throwing up on stream. I'm like, oh, that seems fun. Hey Joel, are you matching what you get through here for charity? I am, yeah. So that's it's going to be going to our friend Fry, who recently had a typhoon come through the Philippines in his area and completely destroy a lot of just his house. And I mean, he sent me pictures and stuff, and I might even be able to. He might even be cool with me uploading those pictures just to get a picture or get an idea of what he's going through and what the area is. So maybe I'll do a write-up on that, but I'm definitely going to match that. Just tally up the numbers here and match that. So thank you guys for supporting him with that. You need the link for subscribers, but I'm at work. Is there a way to send it so I can use it later? Like for subscriber bonus stories or something like that. There's actually a playlist called like bonus content or something, if you're familiar with where the playlists are. Is the scene I'm using animated still image? Well, the fire's animated, but I think, yeah, most of it's like still frame. Oh yeah, Cash, you weren't here earlier, but yeah, I forgot not that I forgot, but I didn't name the title and got more information. Basically, switched the stream to a charity stream for Fry, which I'll probably do also for. Oh, okay. Well, there you go. FFYN with the 100 super good dollars says, here's an early Christmas present just in case I miss you again. Well, thank you, FFYN. Thank you so much for that. Seriously, Merry Christmas to you. And we're going to match that. That's going to go to Fry for rebuilding, I'm not exactly sure the whole process that will be required, but I'll be keeping you guys up to date on that. And Cashew, thank you for the 70 Canadian maple syrups. I didn't know that. Oh my God, Fry. Yeah, he's hoping to get power back Wednesday, but he was worried that his phone is gonna die. To be kind of kept up on that, and they're having struggles with like clean water and all that kind of stuff. So it just looks like a mess. I mean, you can look up. It was like a big typhoon that went through the Philippines and just wreaked havoc. So. Thanks, Emily. Yeah, no, you guys have really blessed me with so much, so I just want to give back, as much as I can. Yeah, twerk for Fry. Fry would be twerking right now. Sorry, yeah. Well, the thing is like that. I can twerk. But like the thing is that because of the audio glitch that I had earlier, for whatever reason, the audio for the notifications wasn't playing through my headphones. It was coming through my speakers, which was really weird. I don't know why, and I can't and you guys can still hear it, which is good because it's picking up desktop audio, I guess. But then, if I were to let it play, it would pick up on my recording mic and stuff like that. So I sometimes don't know the best time to twerk right now because I don't have the audio cues. Azura, thank you. Give me your email so you can send me something not caca. I appreciate it. Yeah, my email is letsreadsubmissions@gmail.com. You can also send stories there too, where a lot of people do. I really enjoy when people send me the true crime stuff because then I can do videos like these. How did you start off when you began making videos? I'm getting inspired to make a podcast from watching your videos. Yeah, I don't know. It just depends on I'm not exactly sure what you mean, how I started off. I was reading, creepypastas and stuff like that really early on. I plan on streaming horror games. I don't plan to. Do my best chills impression. Fairy God YouTuber. Just before 11:30 p.m., Bruce Pardo parked up outside a large middle-class home in Covina, California. He got out of his car, grabbed a special package from the back seat, then made his way to the front door. From the doorstep, Bruce could hear a party of about 24 guests going on. Oh, bro. No way, this is his ex-wife's fucking party. Did your team lose today in the NFL? They did not, no. Wink, wink. You can figure it out from there. He got out of his car, grabbed a special package from the back seat, then made his way to the front door. From the doorstep, Bruce could hear a party of about 24 guests going on inside. There was laughter, the clinking of glasses, and classic Christmas songs playing on some crisp-sounding stereo system. Bruce raised his hand and knocked on the door of Burger King Bezos. $30 to get the twerk. Yeah, that's the limit, but just to be aware, the twerking situation, like I said, the audio isn't queuing this stream because of glitches with OBS, but like I said, all donations, no matter what they are, will be matched for burgers and fry. But yeah, it is a good, it is, I mean, it's unfortunate just in general, but I mean, it is the tis the season, Ever done morgue horror stories? I have not, no. It's a good idea, though. Anybody here working a morgue? Well, actually, I feel like I've done something similar where people talked about the morgue, for sure. Maybe like paranormal ones. I remember the one video where I had slapped ham in it. It had a morgue picture. Okay, 24, there was laughter, the clinking of glasses. He got out of his car, grabbed a special package from the back seat, then made his way to the front door. From the doorstep, Bruce could hear a party of about 24 guests going on. God damn it, that's such a weird sentence. Bruce could hear a party of about 24 guests was going... Okay. From the doorstep, Bruce could hear a party of about 24 guests was going on inside. There was laughter, the clinking of glasses, and classic Christmas songs playing on some crisp-sounding stereo system. Bruce raised his hand and knocked on the door of a house containing his ex-wife and her immediate family. Inside, an 8-year-old girl heard the knocks, then excitedly rushed to the door to investigate. When she opened it, she must have seen... Super PG-13 on live. Am I wait, what am I? Maybe I'm PG-14? I don't know. I don't know. I mean, like, I feel like, doesn't live streamers swear all the time and say stupid shit? You know what I mean? It's kind of hard not to. Like, can you imagine if there was, like, I mean, there's obviously limitations to what people can say, and it's a good thing. But at the same time, like, I feel like for the most part, if you had to avoid saying, like, swear words and shit, like, on a live stream, I mean, everybody's, like, basic conversational cadence involves the F word at least, like, every 15 seconds, you know? You should do sports scary stories. That would be good. My voice reminds you of Penn Badgley's From You on Netflix. Yeah, people say that a lot. They say, they sound like the guy from You. Creepy nail tech stories? Oh, nail tech. Okay, yeah. Do you guys ever see on Snapchat, they have those, like, stories and shit where it's, like, satisfying beauty or something, and they're, like, running... I don't know, they're always, like, just cleaning people's fucking noses of pimples and shit and blackheads. And, I don't know, I always thought it would be kind of cool to go to, like, a... What are they called? Like a skincare, like a professional skincare place. I don't know, just to get... You know, a full-on facial. Was there any stories that deeply affected you? Some of the true crime ones definitely stick with me, like the ones that have stuff that happened to kids. Like, that really fucks me up, you know what I mean? Because it's just so sad, you know? It's just so, like, what the fuck are they? They can't even defend themselves, you know what I mean? And so that's... always very sad. Dermatologist. Well, a dermatologist is more of like a doctor, right? That like focuses that, but like not in like a sense where you need to remove some sort of cyst. You know what I mean? And, oh, okay. Esthetician. Yeah, I think that's what it's called. Esthetician. Like someone that focuses more on like skincare and beauty and stuff like that. Oh my God. Cashy with the $140 Renos from Canada says, yes, give me a facial. Giving back to the community. Facials are great. Thank you, Cashy. Fry will very much appreciate this. I actually really hope his phone doesn't die before we're able to deliver his Christmas presents, so that twerk for Fry. What got you into narrating these stories? I just like to make people scream. But thank you again, Cashy. Really appreciate that. I feel like without the music, it's like it's hard for me to get like to really crank that booty. You know what I mean? Twerk for Fry. Hashtag twerk for Fry. That is a great hashtag for this, a great theme. Yeah, that's a great idea. But yeah, I'm excited to tally this up at the end, and we'll be able to match that for good old Fryman's sake. Put him in the deep fryer. If you twerk how you sound. Sorry. Okay. Inside. Here we go. Inside, an 8-year-old girl heard the knocks and then excitedly rushed to the door to investigate. When she opened it, she must have been nothing short of delighted to none other than Santa Claus himself, standing in the threshold. And even better, he actually had a wrapped present under his arm, too. Bruce was numb from the liquor. He knew what he was about to do was vile, evil, in fact. He just didn't care. He had only one thing on his mind that night, the same thing he'd fixated on for months prior: revenge. Bruce reached into his Santa suit, pulled out a handgun, and sent a bullet tearing through the little girl's head. He then stepped over her body, burst into the living room, and began to open fire on the 24 remaining party guests. What followed was the very definition of horrifying and chaotic. Guests dove for cover, scrambling for the exits as a gunman dressed as Santa Claus continued to systematically slaughter them. Some didn't even have a chance to react, mistaking Bruce's outfit for a harmless prank and watching gormlessly? Gormlessly? The fuck is that? Gormlessly. In a gormless manner. Okay. What does that mean? Lacking intelligence or vitality, stupid or dull. Interesting. Yeah. Some didn't even have a chance to react, mistaking Bruce's outfit for a harmless prank and watching gormlessly before their loved ones were murdered. Others who tried to flee were clipped by Bruce's bullets, then shot execution style as they lay helpless on the floor. One girl leapt from a second-floor window, breaking her ankle when she smashed into the concrete below. A total of 16 of the 25 guests managed to make it out that night, yet despite being out of live targets, Bruce wasn't done wreaking havoc. He opened the gift-wrap package and took out a homemade pressurized device that would douse the interior of the house with a flammable cocktail made up of high-octane racing fuel and compressed air. Essentially, he'd built a homemade flamethrower, and he intended to use it in the incineration of all of the... I feel like did I read this story before? I feel like I read this story before. It sounds so familiar. But maybe like a party, you know what I mean? Like, I feel like I've read this story before. It sounds oddly familiar. Drink Hefeweizen? What's Hefeweizen? Or Hefeweizen? Essentially, he'd built a homemade flamethrower, and he intended to use it in the incineration of all that Sylvia held dear. Thankfully, Bruce's despicable scheme went horribly wrong when the canister's vapor suddenly ignited upon release. The ensuing fire caused Bruce to suffer third-degree burns to his arms and legs, with the heat being so intense that portions of the Santa costume were melted onto his flesh. Meanwhile, party guests who had managed to escape the massacre began calling 911 to report the shootings and the fire. "He's shooting my whole family. My mom's house is on fire," Pardo's ex-sister-in-law told an emergency dispatcher. "We need someone immediately. My daughter's son, My daughter's been shot in the face." Police and firefighters who first arrived on the scene believed Bruce had perished in the fire when in fact, he had somehow survived horrific burns and smoke inhalation and was en route to his brother's house, roughly 25 miles from Covina. It took almost 100 firefighters an hour and a half to get the inferno under control. A subsequent inspection of the interior yielded the charred remains of 3 victims, with the remains of 5 individual... Fuckity fuck. Do you guys have your a favorite true crime channel or podcast? Or poopcast? Was en route to his brother's house. Okay. A subsequent inspection of the interior yielded the charred remains of 3 victims, with the remains of 5 additional victims being discovered shortly afterward. The hunt for Bruce Pardo was on, with authorities desperate to locate him before he could kill again. But around 3:30 a.m., they received a call from a man who claimed to be Bruce's brother, and he had some shocking news for them. When police officers arrived at Bruce's brother's place, they found him dead from a self-inflicted gunshot wound to the head. Using plastic wrap and a girdle, police found $17,000 in cash strapped to Bruce's body. He was also in possession of a plane ticket to Canada that was scheduled to leave the day after the massacre. They also found what was described as a virtual bomb factory inside his home. Inside Bruce's car, police found roughly 300 rounds of ammunition, 2 computers, a map of Mexico. Fuck, why did I say it like that? What the fuck? Mexico. JCS, You, Lazy, Nexpo, Mama Max, Night Docs, and Nick Crowley, Top Faves. Nice. Favorite podcast is called The Last Floating Corn. Interesting. Never heard of it. This podcast called Let's Read is pretty sweet. Ah, yeah, don't listen to that guy. He sucks. Criminally Listed. It's a poopcast. Murder in America podcast is very good. Dynamic Banter. Disturbin. Joel, you're enough for me, so there are other YouTube channels? Yeah, believe it or not, YouTube was not created specifically and solely for my existence. There are others on here. I've never met them, but I hear they're... Inside Bruce's car, police found roughly 300 rounds of ammunition, 2 computers, a map of Mexico, and a booby trap that was rigged up to a flare. An FBI ordnance disposal team attempted to disarm the device, but the attempt failed catastrophically, and the car exploded. Luckily, no one was hurt during the incident, but it just showed how violent and determined Bruce had become in his efforts to take human life. In total, Bruce managed to kill 9 of his ex-wife's family and friends, including the woman herself. The departed included Sylvia's parents, Joseph and Alicia Ortega, her sister... Sorry, read that weird. The departed included Sylvia's parents, Joseph and Joseph. The departed include... Can I read this right? The departed. The departed. Oh, God, sorry. The departed included Sylvia's parents. I gotta say that fucking right. Jesus Christ. Rainbow, yeah, Rainbow's good. The departed included Sylvia's parents, Joseph and Alicia Ortega, her sister Alicia, and her sister's son Michael. The other victims were believed to be 2 of Sylvia's brothers and both of their respective spouses. Astonishingly, the initial gunshot victim survived her injuries. Wait, really? Wow. The girl that was shot in the head? Holy shit, she survived? Briefcase is a good true crime channel. Yeah, I know, but that was before I found Joel. That's okay. Briefcase is a cool name for a true crime thing. Briefcase, you know, it's like double entendre. Yeah. Astonishingly, the initial gunshot victim survived her injuries. The 8-year-old girl, as did another age 16 who was shot in the back. Their physical injuries healed quickly, but as for I can't even make it through a fucking one paragraph. Their physical injuries healed quickly, but as for the emotional wounds, that may take much, much longer to mend. In the aftermath, when told of the killings, Bruce's friends struggled to believe what had taken place. Bruce was the nicest guy you could imagine, said Jan Titana, the head usher at his church. Always a pleasure to talk to. Always a big smile. Others described him as a kind and gentle man who was considered incapable of violence, but speculated that his divorce, the loss of his job, and mounting debt simply pushed him over the edge. I can't believe I'm seeing my old boyfriend on TV and all the people he destroyed, added Carol Sanchez, who dated Bruce during their high school years. It's heartbreaking. He was a very easygoing person, a very friendly guy. I would never in my right mind think that he would ever do anything like that. And maybe that's exactly the point regarding people like Bruce. At one time, he was known to one and all as that gentle, church-going soul who couldn't hurt a fly. But something changed Bruce. In the middle of all that sadness and loss and pain and grief, Bruce just stopped being Bruce. Something buzzed up a nostril and into his skull, laying hateful little eggs that would grow and fester until all that was left was bile and malice. Bruce didn't die on his brother's property when he shot himself in... Bruce didn't die on his brother's property when he took his own life. Bruce Pardo died when his soul ran out of stamina and sank slowly into the deep, dark void to drown in his grief forever.
Boom. That's what divorce does to you. I'm not even fucking kidding. And even though it doesn't justify what he did at all, obviously, it's fucked up beyond belief, but I'm just saying, like, this is what I'm terrified of. Like, this is actually what I'm terrified of. Not that I would become that, but at the same time, everybody's like, I would never expected Bruce to fucking do that, and then he's like, I'm gonna kill everybody. You know, it's just like, this is what the divorce system, you know, like it's I don't know, it's something it just wait, did I say stamina? Stanima. Oh, I fucking said stanima. Thank you for letting me know. I gotta say that over again. Bruce didn't die out on his brother's property when he took his own life. Bruce Pardo died when his soul ran out of stamina and sank slowly into the deep, dark void to drown in his grief forever. Thank you. Thank you. And scene. No, but seriously, like, that's, like, it's just, fucking, it's always the ones you least expect. But that's the thing, is, like, it's not like he just chose to do this, you know, like, the cool thing about a lot of the true crime stuff that I get sent in is people kind of dive into the psyche, you know, you dive into the psyche of the killer, you know what I mean? Like, you remember, like, some of those ones where, like, the uncle, remember that one story, like, the uncle came back from fucking Vietnam, and he had all these pictures of all the fucked up shit he did, and he showed it to, like, his nephew, who's really young, from a young age, and then that kid grew, you know, and this was in Vietnam, then that kid grew up to be, like, a psychopath, you know, killer. There was other aspects of his life growing up. I forget exactly what was involved in that. But, like, some of his victims, the focal victims that he had were like, primarily, like, Asian women, you know what I mean? So it was like, there's something deeply seated in a traumatic event in someone's life that just, like, changes something in them, you know? The Richard Ramirez thing, like, there's a lot more to that, but, like, a lot of people want to say, like, oh, they were a monster, which they are. Like, I'm not negating that at all, but there is something that happens to people in their development that turns them from fucking young, bright, you know, rosy red cheeks Anakin Skywalker into fucking Darth Vader. Oh, sorry, I yelled there. Sorry, Darth Vader. You know what I mean? And like character development. And obviously, sometimes in real life, shit is even more, you know, terrifying than fucking Star Wars. And Star Wars kind of sucks now, but you know what I mean? Like, every villain has a, you know, an anime arc or whatever the fuck, you know what I mean? And that's what I'm saying, dude. Like, marriage scares me, because, like, what if, like, you love somebody and you, like, to the fullest extent you could possibly do it, to the point where you take a liability chance and sign your existence over to them on legal documentation, and then they just drag, you know, I don't know what happens. We didn't really hear the context in which this guy was married that led to her just being like, all right, go fuck yourself. You know, maybe he was stuck at work, because engineers are always at work all the time, and that's why he got paid $122,000 a year, you know what I mean?
but like he wasn't around. And then whenever you're not around in a marriage or whatever, you know, people feel as if we're drifting apart and their needs aren't being met, and then they feel betrayed or whatever, and then they their brain is just like, fuck this guy, I'm gonna take all of his money and I'm gonna take the kids and stuff, you know what I mean? Or what, I don't even know if they had kids, but still, no, this one's not related to Richard Ramirez, but the previous story. And it's just like there's something that happens to people that just makes them snap. And I'm just saying that there's, especially if you're going to be like a writer, if anybody here ever wants to write stuff, like I always dislike whenever someone, like, you ever seen the news whenever they just like paint somebody out to be like evil right out the gate, but they don't really give you any backstory why. They're just like, these are the enemies and I'm hoping you don't ask any questions. It's like, no, there's a backstory to everything. There's a reason of like what leads someone to becoming what they become, you know? Fucked up that we need documentation from the government to validate our relationship at all. Right, yeah, exactly. Like if you, and that's the thing. I think that honestly, I think the truest form of love is people who don't, well, not saying that this is the same in the sense that like people who are married can obviously love each other. But honestly, if you can stay together, you know, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60 years without ever needing government documentation, I mean, that's, you know, you did it the same. It's the same shit. You probably kissed once or twice during that period of time. Hopefully held hands. It's just more of a compliment because marriage is just so awful, but you must think someone is great to think of them in that way. Yeah, but it's like a compliment that like holds you legally liable, you know, and financially liable as well. And in this scenario, like, I remember like Dave Chappelle did a more recent stand-up where like he was talking about I forget, he like, some guy was doing like was essentially doing like hustling on the street of New York or something like that, and he hustled Dave out of money, right? And Dave was pissed. He felt slighted. So like, and you know, as like an 18-year-old living in New York City or whatever, so he like called out to the people that were going next to like be hustled. He was like, this guy's a cheat, blee 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 blee. And like, I don't know, at some point the guy like just grabbed Dave and gave him like the most, you know, he's much bigger than him or something, and gave him one of the most like threatening looks of all time, and said like, if you come between a man and his money, or a man and his bread, you are essentially sentencing him to death, you know what I mean? And I think that there is some sort of like psychological connection between, you know, a man and their financial sort of well-being, because whenever that's ruined and whenever that's taken from him, there is some sort of like connection between that and essentially like killing him, you know what I mean? So in many ways, whoever wrote this did a great job in describing like that he didn't die whenever he took his life, you know what I mean? Like this Bruce Pardo dude died once that divorce happened, you know what I mean? Like once he realized that he was just whatever because men very oftentimes they find a very, very strong identity in their ability to like provide, you know what I mean? And their ability to financially succeed in the world and that kind of thing. And whenever that's like taken from them, it's almost like their identity is just like stripped out from underneath them, which is unfortunate. And it sucks that you don't want the tendrils of money to kind of like wrap you in that, but it does very much leave you vulnerable to that sort of identity crisis that can sometimes lead to death. They say you on average meet or walk by already 15 killets in your lifetime. What are these killets? I've never stumbled across a killet. But I'll take one. All right, friendos, where are we at here? Beep bop 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 ba doo bop bop. So, okay, story 1, cop family. Story 2, the Sodders. Story 3 was the Black Nest bombing. Story 4, the Covina massacre. Now we're on story 5. Okay.
Okay. Okay, so. Well, I don't even know if in this scenario it would be like, well, like, I guess I would have to know what you mean by toxic masculinity. I just think that there was some sort of like, yeah, maybe, I guess. I don't know. I just wasn't sure what you mean by like the definition of that, because it's like in this scenario, he just felt betrayed. You know what I mean? Like this person that loved him decided to betray him, you know, and the whole concept was revenge. You know what I mean? Because I don't think revenge is not something that's only held by one particular gender. Revenge is very, very common, and you know, on the female side as well. It tends to be like, I remember another stand-up comedian did a great point where he said that like you know, and this is all, I'm not sitting and saying that all this is like absolute truth or whatever, I'm just talking, okay? But anyways, like basically they said that when he had daughters, he's like, you know, his boys, when you have sons or whatever, they like to destroy stuff. They like to destroy things, you know. So the mother was having the absolute shittiest day, and the only thing they had was a cup of coffee in front of them, and the son just walks up and drops, you know, a handful of sand into the coffee that they have no idea where the fucking handful of sand came from, but he found it, and now that shit is in the mother's coffee, and now that particular object is destroyed physically. But like there's, in the concept of like the female psyche with having daughters, he says he found that his daughters enjoyed specifically destroying not stuff but his soul, because he would say about like how his daughters would always like be much more intelligent early on than his sons, and find ways in which to like say particular things to you know, just essentially debase their father or something like that, or say like, you always do this, or like you always are very stinky, or you always, I don't know, just like any particular thing to dig into the person's psyche. And I think that that's kind of like manifests as people get older, is like men tend to lash out like physically, whereas, you know, in many ways, whatever the circumstance was, there may have been a degree of revenge within the sort of divorce situation, where the wife might think like, you know, F this person, I'm going to take everything of theirs, you know what I mean, because I don't care about them anymore, and this is my revenge, to utilize the court systems to therefore leverage, you know, his financial ruin, you know what I mean? And like, and I think that's kind of like the thing where, you know, it's not to say that there aren't like women who might become killers or do something physically terrible or whatever like that, but it seems to sort of manifest oftentimes more in a way that's like, I will destroy your financial well-being, or I will destroy your reputation, you know what I mean, in the form of like revenge or something like that. Go for the heart or ego, right? Yeah, I mean that's, and these aren't like these aren't just like me bringing up stuff out of my ass. Like this is just, I don't even know, I guess how things usually manifest in like clinical psychology. So like, and so that's what's scary to think, is that in many ways this sort of societal this sort of, you know, because they talk about social constructs a lot, you know what I mean? We talk about that on social media all the time. XYZ is a social construct, and in many ways, like marriage is literally, you know, a social construct and contract, and it's just weird to think in and of itself it's sort of like legal binding had sort of like led both parties to manifest their greatest form of like conceived revenge, you know what I mean? Okay, anyways, what the fuck am I talking about? Let's read the next story, right? Enough of my baloney bajoni. Yeah, don't date girls, date bros, dude. Date the bros. You can. I don't give a shit. Date anybody you want. A safe space. We don't need mods. I was just saying that you don't let anything ruin your enjoyment. What are you talking about? Yeah, I mean, but everyone in a relationship is different. You have to remind her that it's a small percent that people. No, absolutely. You're absolutely right. You know, it's like yeah, not everybody. This is, who knows? Maybe that couple. Well, obviously that couple. Maybe they were just like sociopathic. But at the same time, it's really weird. Isn't it weird how like relationships can bring out the absolute fucking worst in people? Like I just find that so fascinating. Like you can be a totally normal, average fucking person, but like you meet somebody and you quote unquote love them and you care about them, even though most of the time it seems like it's like some sort of primal desire to like need to be with them all the fucking time, whether it's sex or intimacy or protection or whatever the fuck, you know. But then as soon as that trust is like gone, or I don't know, it goes in some negative direction or whatever, it you go from loving somebody, it's such a fine line, to just, you know, that line snaps and it's just like all the way, you know, just absolute, like it's almost like you're pulling a rubber band as far as you can, and then the rubber band snaps and just like launches shit to the complete polar opposite. Oxy's in the pantry. You're never safe. Thank God I never go in there. It's just full of old gym clothes. Love and hate, two sides of the same coin. True, true. On a freezing New York evening, just 3 days before Christmas, the Harris family received the last visitor its members would ever see. One after one, Tony and Dolores Harris, their 15-year-old Shelby, and their 11-year-old Mark were tied up, shot, then doused with gasoline and set alight. Their horribly scorched and disfigured corpses were discovered the following morning after a neighbor of theirs complained to the fire department about a smoke alarm going off on their property. Police said that there was no sign that an intruder had forced entry into the house, leading them to believe that they had either snuck in through an open door or window, which was highly unlikely given the cold winter, or that the killer was someone they'd known and trusted. However, as State Police Captain Carl Shavers stated to the media, it's a tragedy. These were very outgoing people who would open the door to just about anyone. In the immediate aftermath, police struggled to discern a motive to the murders, and they soon enlisted the help of FBI agents in their quest. In the immediate aftermath. The opposite of love is never hate. The opposite of love is fear. Wait, what? I know there's something to do with like Jedis in there. What's the old Jedi saying where it's like, fear leads to poop, and poop leads to the dark side. In the immediate aftermath, police struggled to discern a motive to the murders, and they soon enlisted the help of FBI agents in their quest for solid leads. A brown and tan van was discovered to have been taken from the family's garage, and it was recovered later in the parking lot of a mall nearby. Police then stated that they said that they wished to speak with a cyclist who was seen riding through the area shortly before nightfall on December 22nd, but no one came forward. As the Christmas wreaths and red ribbons still fluttered from the doorways of the gray two-story house, they were soon joined by yellow crime scene tape. The Harrises soon... Woofuck. Revenge is bad. Revenge is bad, okay? Yeah, you can't act on something
You gotta have self-control. 'Tis a virtue. The body process speaking, right? Yeah. Fear. You see a bear and you shit yourself, hoping that it'll smell it and not want to eat you like honey. It's your B-day. Happy birthday, Sarah. Everybody say happy birthday, Sarah. Boo. 30-minute drive, Aaron. Be careful, homie. The Harrises lived in Ellis Hollow, a quiet neighborhood set between forested hills just north of Ithaca in western New York State. The family had moved there in 1986 when Tony Harris was named sales director of Deanco, a Syracuse-based electronic equipment distributor. His wife, Dottie, was close with just about everyone in the neighborhood and organized bake sales and cookie exchanges. She was active in the PTA in the Ellis Hollow. Both your parents are psychologists, so I grew up listening to How to Treat the Antisocial Psychopath on family trips. We all have psychopathic tendencies. It all just comes down to acting. Wait, both your parents are psychopaths? No, sorry, psychologists. So I grew up listening to How to Treat the Antisocial Psychopath. Yeah, like what, like in your family someone was that? Or just like they were just, if you come across somebody, these are the traits and this is how you avoid getting, you give them chocolate or something. Some are insane just more than others. Well, this is true, yeah. I mean, everybody's capable. What's that one? Do you ever watch Rambo 4 when he's like, when you push far enough, killing's as easy as breathing? And I'm like, yeah, that's kind of true, Rambo. Good point. And then he's on the 50 cal. Adrian. You're in a cafe, Rio, so I can't listen, but it's still part of chat. Well, that's okay. No worries. Is empaths a real thing? It's that sci-fi? Here, Oxy's empathic towards D's. What's D's, Oxy? That you're so empathic towards. Empathic towards cheese. Cheese nuts. I'll take some cheese nuts. The Harrises lived in Ellis Hollow, a quiet neighborhood. Okay, yeah, Syracuse. His wife Dottie. I don't know. If I get married, they would have to be like a real sweetheart. Did you ever meet somebody who's just a fucking sweetheart? Just a sweet-hearted person? That's the stipulation. If I put out resumes, that's what you gotta write. Sweetheart. Bona fide. I'm empathic towards lactose intolerance and shitting my brains out. It's true. We're all kind of drawn back to it. Like flies to the light. Sack dinner tonight, men. Okay. The family had pooped. All I ever say is poop. My jokes suck. All I ever say is poop jokes. All I ever say is poop jokes. Fuck. It's me. I'm the sweetheart. Hee. Let's read taking them apps. Taking them appetizers off your hands. All right. His wife, Dottie. See, that's a sweetheart name right there. Dottie. Let's go. His wife, Dottie, was close with just about everyone in the neighborhood and organized bake sales and cookie exchanges. She was active in the PTA and the Ellis Hollow board, and she opened a crafts and gift shop, the Grey Goose, in a barn next to the house. Neighbors said the crime rate was extremely low, with roughly one incident of theft or burglary being recorded every year. Tompkins County Sheriff Robert Howard mentioned that there hasn't been a murder in Ellis Hollow in a long, long time, and naturally its residents were suitably horrified by such a brutal Familia side. Famil side? Every day I'm waking up, I'm pooping. What is it? Familial side? Family side? Hey guys, welcome to Family Side. That's pretty cool. Risk factors, characters of the... Oh, no. Wait, where the one girl, Carly, was in here and she didn't answer. She didn't get to answer whether they're not giving them chocolate was the key to protecting yourself. It's like paying the toll, the troll's toll, to the psychopath. This is an article. Whatever. Familicide. Probably familicide. Oh, Mega. Thank you. Familicide. Familicide. Every day is another pile over in the corner of the room. In your pants. Okay. Well, that's fine. 2. Just like giant pants. Like, are those parachute pants? No, I just shitted. I just shitted it a lot. Familicide. Sorry, okay. Familicide. What is it? Fucking missed it. Familicide. Sorry. And naturally, its residents were suitably horrified by such a brutal familicide. About the worst thing that happens here is a car accident in the winter, said Pat DeMaine, who lived 2 houses from the Harris residence. Ellis Hollow was the kind of place where people left their doors unlocked and neighbors watched each other's children. Yet after the Harris murders, they started to peer cautiously through their windows before answering the door. At the family's collective funeral, loved ones and neighbors described them as active and wall-like members of the community. You can't think of anyone that would have a grudge against them, said Ann Paraziali. What the fuck? People be having names and shit. It's just so weird. What's my sign? What's my sign? It's a stop sign. How about that? Now cut it out. Just kidding. Pradeep. I see you. Remember in Avatar when they would like touch their forehead and like, I see you, Pradeep. Can we get a swish hoop there it is? Who the heck is Joel? I don't know. They keep talking to this Joel guy like he fucking exists. Hoop, there it is. Oh, he sneezed. Did you hear him sneeze? Or maybe he laughed. I don't know. Can cats laugh? Oh, there it was. That was a laugh. Line. Okay. Oops. Parziale. Oh, it's Italiano. Here's a Luigi to give you a whole heap in a spaghetti pile of informazioni. Pisces. Yeah. That is kind of a swish right there. What's your sign? A stop sign. And then you cross your arms with sunglasses on. You have to have sunglasses for this next part. You do a tutorial. Someone make a tutorial video on YouTube. How to answer somebody when they ask you your zodiac sign. You're going to need sunglasses for this one. You can't think of anyone that would have a grudge against them, said Ann Parziale, a friend of Miss Harris. Said Ann Parziale, a friend of Mrs. Harris. People can't understand how it could happen. This is a very wholesome, family-oriented community. Those things aren't supposed to happen here in this community, added Edgar Clemens, a retired schoolteacher who had lived on Ellis Hollow Road for 26 years. I don't think anybody around here slept Saturday night. I've opened the door to people whose cars have broken down. I don't think I'll do that anymore. Police quickly uncovered a suspect, an ex-con known as Michael Kinge, and set about tracking him down. Yet when they finally cornered him at his apartment complex, Kinge produced a shotgun, placed it under his chin, and threatened to take his own life. The cops held their fire, promising to bring in a trained negotiator in the hopes of de-escalating the situation. But before this negotiator arrived, Kinge aimed the shotgun at police officers and fired. Thankfully, the shot sent lead fragments spraying harmlessly above their heads, and law enforcement's return fire was considerably more accurate. But before he fell, Kinge turned the shotgun on himself, racked a shell into the chamber, and fired. The Tompkins County Medical Examiner found that the shot Kinge fired in his attempt at taking his own life had merely grazed the left side of his face, and it was the police's small-caliber handgun ammunition that had put him down. However, given the circumstances of Kinge firing a shot at them, his death was ruled a justifiable. Joel the Twins. Is there two of me? Am I one of... Is this the movie, Malignant? Oops. What's your Miralax sign? What's your zodiac sign? I'm rich. Stop sign that have railroad tracks. Yeah, I don't know, dude. I remember, man, this is a sad story, but I remember taking care of a patient that tried to do that, and it ended up just like, man, yeah, they just ended up like scarred, you know what I mean? And mentally, just different or whatever. And it's just like, I don't know. Obviously this is a different circumstance here, but yeah, it's just, sorry. However, given the circumstances of Kinge firing a shot at them, his death was ruled a justifiable homicide. Obviously, Kinge was never put on trial for the murders, but him taking his life by cop was seen by many as a tantamount to an admission of guilt. This was later confirmed when a sawed-off rifle found in the suspect's apartment was positively identified as the weapon used to kill Harris the family. This was later confirmed when a sawed-off rifle found in the suspect's apartment was positively identified as the weapon used to kill the Harris family. Kinge's mother was wrongfully convicted of being involved in the murders, and it ended up being a major police scandal, but aside from this horrifying miscarriage of justice, the really disturbing thing is that the motive behind the killings was never determined. No one knows why a small-time crook like Michael Kinge just suddenly snapped and chose the most wonderful time of the year for one of the most heinous crimes in history. Oh, Lord. My zodiac sign is a chicken penis. Did they add new, DLC zodiac signs? Or one of them, one of them's a chicken wiener? You know how they have, that'd be funny if they just had a whole bag of chicken wieners. Chicken wieners here. It's a holiday tradition. Alright, fellers and fellettes. Let's get right into the stories. This one's kind of short. No bueno. Nurses are sexy. Yes, I'm always in my sexy nursing outfit. Oh, Sarah, you don't work in the medical field anymore even though you got your RN. If you don't mind me asking, what did, they added Oxy as a zodiac sign.
Sarah, it was you. Yeah, what route did you go down? I know a lot of nurses, like, some of them break out and they get into, like, sales for, like, different medical equipment. So it's technically still the medical field, I guess, but... Wow, we're almost at 500. Almost at 500 viewers. Right at the end of the stream. Thanks, YouTube. I'm just surprised this isn't something that, like... I don't know. How do you get YouTube to pay attention to something, like... without them just sending you, like, a copy-paste AI-generated, like... If you'd like to know more about our terms and services, be sure to click here. You know, we promise we will get back to you in a timely manner. We appreciate your input, but unfortunately, you can go fuck yourself. What's your zodiac sign? Capri Sun. No, that one. I always like, Capri Sun, asparagus. Swish, swish, bitch. Stan, Nikki. Who's Nikki? Is it Nicholas? Saint Nicki Minaj? My ma is an RN and went to school at the now closed and abandoned Pilgrim State Mental Hospital. Talk about wild stories. Oh my god, interesting. She went to school at the now closed and abandoned Pilgrim State Mental Hospital. Huh. I didn't know you could, like, actually go to school at a specifically mental hospital. Because it's just big pharma insurance companies that want to make the money and not actually help people. So now I'm a project manager for a solar company and I'm learning more about holistic medicine. Oh, that's cool, yeah. Now that is one of the really bad aspects of medical field is, like, and one of the, the doctors will always, complain about that, or, like, they'll say, like, I want to give this or do this, but the insurance, companies won't cover that, or, you know what I mean? It's just a big fucking racket where they control the shots and call the shots. Ask YouTube what their zodiac sign is and tell them that I'd be really fitting for them to pay more attention. No, yeah, I mean, at the same time, like, even with a channel that's almost 1 million subs, like, sometimes it's sad for me to realize that I'm just, like, small potatoes for just, you know what I mean? I could be removed randomly and I would hope that people would make a fit about it, but I mean, I could get shit on out of nowhere, and, like, that's that. It's been fun, everyone. But I am thankful that I am over on podcast. Got to diversify your assets. Can you do stories you've been through in future? Just wondering. I haven't really had too many, thank God. Big spoonful of arsenic. That's delicious. Put that. You know what actually tastes really good? I have in the morning. Your mom. Just kidding. So a little glass of water. I'll squeeze a lemon in there, so lemon juice, and then I'll dump this, like, hydration powder or whatever into it. Hey Hannah, how are you? And then I'll put it says, well, I was told to, like, take tablets, but I take cayenne pepper and, like, put some of that into the drink. And it's this really interesting, I mean, cayenne pepper is, like, spicy as fuck, but it's this really interesting mixture of just, like, the sweetness that comes and, like, the sweet tartness that comes with the hydration powder. It's almost like I guess like a Gatorade powder, but, like, not any sugar. And then mixed with lemon and the cayenne shit. And it's really good. Like, you can mix it up very thoroughly, obviously. Smoothie. A little glass of your mommy. A mommy smooth. You had some rum tonight, Hannah. Ruh-roh. You've been rummaging through my trash, I see. I just lost 8 viewers. 6? What the fuck? Okay. Many years ago, among the vast frozen wastes of the Arctic Circle,
A young reindeer was born with a rather frightening physical abnormality. Unlike the rest of its species, who are almost uniformly born with opaque brown noses, this reindeer was born with a bioluminescent mutation, meaning his nose emanated a sinister red light. Obviously, this freakish mutation gave away the herd's position to nocturnal predators, and as a result, the reindeer that eventually came to be known as Rudolph was violently shunned by its peers. He was referred to by slurs such as Red Nose and was subjected to an almost constant campaign of bullying and exclusion by the remainder of his herd. Then, during a period of particularly unseasonable Arctic weather, the lighting equipment of a prominent local logistical company was mysteriously sabotaged. Naturally, any transport company operating in the Arctic Circle would be equipped to deal with an environment in which darkness can last for 23 hours a day. So who or what put them in a position where they were forced to turn the unlikeliest of candidates during their hour? What? Also, what the fuck am I reading? I kind of like it though. You hear firecrackers? Oh, that's Pradeep scratching on the fucking... That's Pradeep scratching on the... It's Pradeep scratching. On something. Scratching on my balls. Okay, what the fuck is this sentence? So, who or what put them in a position where they were who or what put them in a position where they were forced to turn the unlikeliest of candidates during their hour of need? Okay. Yeah, Avery's in timeout. So, who or what put them in a position where they were forced to turn to the unlikeliest of candidates during their hour of need? Nevertheless, it was none other than Rudolph that was approached by the company's management, who begged him to aid in the navigation of their cargo vessels in the lower northern and southern hemispheres. Rudolph agreed and with his help, operations were able to continue despite the immediately thick fog which clung to the frozen tundra. The incident was nothing short of a public relations triumph for the previously despised reindeer, with even more former The incident was nothing short of a public relations triumph for the previously despised reindeer, with even former The incident was nothing short of a public relations triumph for the previously despised reindeer, with even former critics stating that his efforts would, and I quote, go down in history. Yet the celebratory mood which followed seems to have allowed the perpetrator of one of the largest acts of sabotage in Arctic history to completely escape justice. Only a handful of suspects were ever considered, and each walked free after a period of question. Fuck, man. Only a handful of suspects were ever considered, and each walked free after a brief period of questioning. Yet somehow the one person with everything to gain from the sabotage was never brought in for questioning. It's awfully convenient that Rudolph, the one creature whose body had the ability to create its own natural light, would be in the position to bail out a company that some called too big to fail. And despite calls for him to be formally questioned regarding his whereabouts on Christmas Eve, law enforcement has thus far neglected to act on them. Maybe Rudolph is just an unlikely but well-deserving hero, a reindeer who found himself in the right place at the right time. But maybe, for a reindeer who was nothing but shunned, humiliated, and tormented until his early adult life, making himself a hero is just the first phase of a terrible, bloody revenge. That was actually a really fun story. I like that one. Well, friends, we have arrived to the end of the Strimstram. Strammy. Rudolph the diplomatic immunity. Maybe you guys can think of something funny for me to say at the end. Hey friends, thanks for listening. Click that notification bell to be alerted of all future narrations. I release new videos every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. If you got a story, be sure to submit them to my subreddit, r/Let'sReadOfficial, and maybe even hear your story featured in the next video. And if you want to support me even more, grab early access to all future narrations and bonus content over on Patreon, or click that big join button to hear about the extra perks offered for the channel. And check out the Let's Read podcast, where you can hear all of these stories and big compilations and save huge on data, located anywhere you listen to podcasts. Links in the description below. Thanks so much, friends. And remember, Pradeep's meowing. So Hannah, so Fry lives in the Philippines, and they had a huge typhoon go through that area, and he pretty much had like his home and whole of his town like flooded and sort of destroyed. He is okay, doing okay, but basically this stream was a fundraising donation stream for Fry, where when people donate, I will match what has been donated. And thank you, Carly. So I just wanted to, so that's where he is right now. He said that he should get power back by Wednesday. Hopefully things will get back more to normal in a month or so. It's hard to say, but what I'm going to do is match the donations, and then I'll be making a post about that on Twitter at Let's Read Creepy, and then probably Instagram too, just to help the good sir out. I hope he can access those funds and stuff like that. But Pradeep like almost knocked over the trash can. It's so funny whenever cats like do something stupid. They just like take off sprinting like a cartoon, like whoop 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 whoop. Amalia with the big 25 says, just want to say Merry Christmas to you, Joel, in case I don't get on later. Love you and Pradeep. Thank you, Amalia. Hope you have an amazing Christmas, an amazing holiday. Really appreciate the donation. And thank you, Hannah, for the 5. Really appreciate that. It's I do hope that things, get better for him there. Avery has returned, free from his shackles of society. Don't play leapfrog with reindeer. This is true. They'll stick their red nose where it don't belong. But yeah, guys. Oh yeah, you have to tell me something. Here, I'll let Avery decide. Avery, tell me what to say for the end of the video. Thanks so much, friends, and remember, twerk for Fry. I could probably say that. Heidi Johnson with the 5 says for Fry. Avery left. Kashi with the 28 Canadian says, what's the total? Thank you, Kashi. I don't, how do I check the totals? I might have to go to, I hope this doesn't mess anything up, but I might have to go to, App Store, Themes, Alertbox, Editor. Probably I have to go to like the dashboard. Okay, I think this might take me to Streamlabs, because you can see like your daily, let's see, analytics. That's weird. There's sorry. Let's see. Alert box. No, it's different. Analytics. Reading. Oh, wait, there's Uber Store. Oh. I don't know.
I will be able to find it though. If not, I can like add it up. Wait, didn't I remember? Oh yeah. Wait. Oh, actually, real quick, before you guys go, before I end this, I'm gonna end this. I think in. Okay. Yeah. Here it is. Yeah, it actually says in the studio. So the chat revenue was $540.76. So someone can write that down so I don't forget. We're actually at 5. Well, if we get one more like, it'll be 500 likes. I don't know if that matters or not, but. So this is okay. So this is kind of interesting. I can also tell you guys. So I think this different data plays into it, but so it's like concurrent views right now is 467. Playbacks. So apparently the number of people that have passed through the stream over the course of this stream has been 17,845 people. At least that's what it says, like playbacks wise.
Hey, listen.
So I mean, yeah, and then it seems like average watch time is 5 minutes and 46 seconds. All right. So I guess people get bored pretty quick coming through. But anyways, so yeah, I got that number down there, 542.75. Thank you guys again so much. Seriously appreciate it. This is all going to be, we're going to match that. What is that? What is that total? And Althea with the 2 says, good night, Joel. Heart you. Thank you, Althea. Love you too. Appreciate you. Twerk for Fry. Okay, yeah, so I'll have to make a post and then be able to show you guys that. Anyways, thank you guys again for everything. Did Avery say something to say at the end? Well, you know what? I'll just say twerk for Fry. Thanks so much, friends. And remember, hashtag twerk for Fry. Twerk for some French fries. How much is it converted to his currency? His is Filipino. Are the Filipino pesos? Pesos to dollar. So let's see. 540. So 500 and like say 45 Filipino pesos translates to 27,192 Filipino pesos. So US dollars is US dollars, let's say one. Okay, so $1 is like 50 pesos over there. So interesting. Link Simp with the 5 says, have a good night. Thank you, Link Simp. Thank you guys again. Hopefully I didn't miss any donos there, but guys, thank you so much for your generosity and appreciate everything that you guys do and your support. It is amazing. And I hope you have an amazing night. Sleep well, sleep tight. Don't let those motherfucking bed bugs bite. Yeah, we're gonna get to 1 million by the end of the year. I know it's coming. I got 10 more days. But yeah, otherwise this will be edited and up on Patreon. Patreon's $1 for early access. That'll probably be tomorrow. I'll be working on that. And then yeah, this will be up tomorrow at 7 p.m. EST. So thank you guys again. Sleep well, be well, and I shall see you in the well. Hashtag twerk for Fry. Twerk for Fry.